Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. I am Anita Sohan. I am the chair of the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, or TTIGF. So on behalf of the TTIGF, it's my pleasure to welcome you here today to our second day of the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum, or IGF. So yesterday we had some really lively and engaging discussions from our guest speakers and panels, which addressed building a digitally competent society, as well as enhancing research, data, and measurement for development. We also had participation from approximately 100 students, which is keeping it with our goal to encourage youth participation in the IGF. So we're really happy about that. Throughout all of these speeches and the discussions, it was clear that stakeholder engagement and collaboration were critical if we are to progress and to ensure that no one is left behind. We heard from Mr. Vinsuf, who would have stated that international cooperation, for instance, is critical to ensuring we have a safe and secure internet. The Honorable Minister of Digital Transformation would have also underscored the value of collaboration and cooperation, particularly in achieving the three pillars of his ministry, which was to create a digitally competent society, a digital economy, and a digital government. Some of the takeaways from our panel sessions were that there is a need for critical thinking and future planning when it comes to school curriculums. And while online learning has become the norm right now because of the pandemic, we have to ensure that once physical school reopens, that we don't regress and forget about technology and the role that technology plays in education. We also talked about the need for accurate data, as well as the importance of having standards when it comes to data collection and reporting. Today, we will discuss the internet and the law, as well as Trinidad and Tobago's digital transformation journey. After our two panel sessions, we would hear from Mr. Vinsuf, who would set the tone for our open forum. So ladies and gentlemen, I invite your active participation as usual. Feel free to engage with us using the chat to post your thoughts and comments, questions as well. And with this, let's get right into it. I will introduce the moderator of our first panel today, Internet and the Law. So Mr. Rabindra Jagannath, or Danny as he's known to us, is a highly skilled and experienced IT and management consultant. He has over 40 years industry experience, including 35 in consulting at the senior and executive levels, and has a special interest in utilization of information technology, process improvement, and re-engineering, change management to improve corporate productivity and performance. He is an ex-partner in charge of consulting services at Ernst & Young, a former CEO of the National ICT Company Limited, and was the managing director of Esprit Consultants Limited. Danny has a Bachelor of Mathematics degree from the University of Waterloo, majoring in computer science, a Master of Science in Operational Research and Systems Analysis from the University of Aston in Birmingham. He is a fellow of the British Computer Society, a chartered IT professional, certified in governance and enterprise IT, a certified management consultant, and a chartered director. He is a commissioner of the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, vice president of the Caribbean Institute for Management Consultants, and former president and current director of the Trinidad and Tobago Coalition of Services Industry. Danny is also a director on the TTIGF. So without much further delay, I'll hand over to Danny to get today started.
Right. Morning, everybody. Yeah, I was talking away, still muted. Thank you very much, Anita. And let's look forward to a very exciting day today. Yesterday was very interesting. Lots of good discussions, good participation. So we hope to continue that today. And Anita was giving you some of my background And it just gives away my age when she mentioned that I've been involved in industry for over 40 years, quite a long time, and has seen a lot happen as it relates to the, well, information technology. Was there at the advent of microcomputers, there the advent of the internet. So I've seen the progress that we've made as a society on the basis of ICT, and it has brought us here today. And today joining me would be my panelists, Grace Lindo, Rishi Maraj, Mukta Balroop, Tira Green. And co-moderating with me is George Bubing, a fellow director of TTIGF. George will be monitoring the chat to identify any questions that come through. And when we have our open discussion on the internet and law, we hope to have a lot of enriching, invigorating discussions going on. So how we will actually carry out our discussions today is I will introduce all of the panelists in one go and give a few introductory remarks. Then all of the panelists will get a chance to give their introductory overarching remarks, and then we throw it open for discussions by the participants. So our first panelist, and this is in no particular order, Grace Lindo, and we see Grace on screen there. Welcome, Grace. Grace is a commercial and intellectual property lawyer based in Kingston, Jamaica. She has worked with local and international clients in a diverse range of sectors looking to do business in Jamaica or Jamaican entities with regional or international corporate aspirations. The practice covers commercial law, intellectual property, technology and technology transactions, e-commerce, trade, regulatory matters, cybersecurity, data protection, corporate governance, and mergers and acquisitions. A Chevening scholar, she attended the London School of Economics and Political Science, from which she obtained a Master of Laws in Competition, Trade and Innovation, with a focus on technology regulation. Grace has been consistently ranked as a leading trademark professional in the Caribbean by the World Trademark Review since 2014. She's a certified information privacy professional, an accreditation given by the International Association of Privacy Professionals, and was an ICANN Fellow for the years 2017 to 2019. She currently sits on the Legislation and Regulations Committee of the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Commercial and Intellectual Property Committees of the Jamaica Bar Association. So welcome, Grace. Look forward to having a really wonderful discussion with you. Again, in no particular order, our next panelist, Rishi Maraj. Rishi is the holder of a BSc and MSc in government from the University of the West Indies and is a certified information privacy manager. He is currently the founder and principal consultant of Privacy Advisory Services, a boutique digital compliance consultancy that specializes in supporting organizations as they navigate data expansion and digital transformation. With over 15 years of experience within both the public and private sphere, he has considerable knowledge and experience of the workings of government, both from an operational and policy aspect, as well as a unique insight into the challenges faced by organizations trying to engage in digital transformational change. Some of his major accomplishments while in the public sector included being the co-project lead for the conceptualization and implementation of an integrated service delivery one-stop model, which we in TT know as TT Connect. He was also the project lead on the final drafting, passage, and partial proclamation of the Data Protection Act of Trinidad and Tobago in 2011, and participated in the drafting of model legislation on freedom of information and data protection through the International Telecommunications Union HIPCA project, an important project in the region that has relations to the internet and the law. Within the private sphere, he has guided organizations in the development and implementation of data governance programs, as well as data protection management programs that are in line with the General Data Protection Regulations, GDPR, as well as recent data protection legislation in the region. Rishi is a certified member of the Canadian Institute of Access and Privacy Professionals and the International Association of Privacy Professionals. Welcome, Rishi. And like Grace, we are looking forward to some interesting discussions. Our next panelist is Mukta Balrup. Mukta is presently an in-house legal counsel for a financial institution. In his present role, he helps to protect the financial institution from various types of risk, including regulatory, legal, and reputational. Previously, Mukta practiced corporate and commercial law at a well-established law firm in Port Spain, where he advised local and international clients on a range of corporate and commercial matters. He started his career as a judicial research counsel at the Judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago, where he gained invaluable experience at the appellate level in a wide range of civil matters. In 2017, Mukta pursued his LLM in media law at Queen Mary University of London, having won a Chevening scholarship. So that means we have two Chevening scholars in our panel. There he studied topics such as EU data protection law and cybercrime. He then went on to experience the compliance aspects of data protection as a data privacy analyst intern in the privacy practice of an international consultancy firm in London, where he supported multinational clients with the compliance of the EU's GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, and other related laws. Mukta is also a certified information privacy professional. Welcome, Mukta. Mukta looks like the youngest of the panelists here. So that means we've gotten the youth involved to have to provide a perspective. Tira Green. Tira is an attorney at law and legal consultant who has worked both in the Caribbean and internationally. These assignments have spanned across the Caribbean, Africa, Southeast Asia, and Pacific states. In recent years, Tira has been actively involved in digital government transformation initiatives. She has focused on reviewing and reforming legal, regulatory, and institutional regimes relating to trade, data protection, and electronic transactions. Digitization of government processes and broader ICT initiatives in various jurisdictions, including the OECS protocol member states, Trinidad and Tobago, Belize, St. Lucia, Antigua and Barbuda, and Smart Africa member states. Her work in this area includes redesigning processes to create new services and opportunities that will facilitate high-quality services and allow government agencies to achieve increased inclusiveness, efficiency, and effectiveness. Through her work, she has been making a substantial contribution to digitization of public administration in the Caribbean. She holds an LLB with honors, an advanced diploma in international law, and a master's degree in telecommunications policy and regulation from the University of the West Indies. She is the member of the IEEE P2863 Organizational Governance of Artificial Intelligence Working Group and the IEEE Tech and Connection of Power Committee. Welcome, Tira. And Tira has been providing consulting services to the government of Trinidad recently in its initiatives to enhance our data protection law. So, welcome panelists, really a distinguished panelist with relevant background in what we are going to be talking about today. So let me make just a few introductory remarks and then pass over to our panelists. I'm sure you all are just anxious to hear from them. I mean, if you look at the internet, it's really and I'm not disparaging myself or anybody else, but from an old foodie like me, who have been in the industry for years, the internet is an unusual entity. Why? It's used by billions of people, so you can say that is ubiquitous. But more interesting, it is self-regulated in that policies, procedures, are established from the bowels of the huge user base. They are then assessed and implemented. And if you have ever attended one of the global internet governance forums or one of the ICANN sessions, it's actually amazing. You have thousands of people who are there to contribute to really establishing these policies and procedures. It works. I don't know how it works, but it works. When you have these large numbers of people providing their input, they are synthesized and they are actually then assessed and really then implemented. In essence, the internet is governed by the users. There are a number of entities which are involved in establishing norms and policies that govern the internet. For example, the Internet Society, ICANN, UNIGF, and thankfully, ICANN and UNIGF are sponsors for our session this year. But as with everything else, wider societal laws are necessary in order to protect the interests of all users. Internet law refers to the legal issues related to the use of the internet. And there's a distinct field of law rather than an agglomeration or conglomeration of intellectual property law, contract law, privacy laws, and many other fields, and how they pertain to the use of the internet. If there can be laws that govern the internet, then such laws will require a unique structure to grapple with the international and ethereal nature of the web. Many argue that the internet is not actually regulable at all, while others argue that not only can it be regulated, but substantial bodies of law already exist. Since the internet is not geographically bound, national laws cannot apply globally. A few international agreements exist, but some have argued that the internet should be allowed to self-regulate as its own nation. We know of some major areas of internet law: net neutrality, free speech, privacy, intelligence gathering, fraud, cyberbullying, cyberterrorism, to name a few. But we have to acknowledge that to some extent, laws must be applied to use the internet. There are essentially four primary modes of regulation of the internet. There's I suppose, a market mode where market forces such as supply and demand determine really what happens in behaviors on the internet. Their norm refers to the way in which people interact with one another. So just as social norms govern what is and what is not appropriate in regular society, norms also affect behavior across the internet. Architecture refers to how information literally can and cannot be transmitted across the internet. And this can refer to anything from internet filtering software to firewalls, encryption programs, etc. And in many ways, this is the most fundamental form of internet regulation. If you want to prevent people from, let's use the term, misbehaving on the internet, you can actually put up some walls to them accessing the internet to behave in that inappropriate manner. And then there are laws. Laws are the most obvious form of regulation. And as various states, countries, and international groups attempt to grapple with issues raised by the use of the internet, they normally affect their policies through the implementation of laws. Which brings us to our topic today, the internet and the law. Our discussion today is to ventilate issues related to the internet and the law as it applies to us primarily locally and regionally, but more also globally. We are living in an interconnected world that we all acknowledge, and what happens in one part of the world affects other parts. So our panelists are going to be the ones who are going to bring to you what are the current issues related to the internet and the law, and what really should be some of the things that we should consider when we're looking at the internet and the law. What are the practices? What has happened in the past that it will inform behaviors in the future? So in no particular order, I'm actually going to call on Grace to kick off the discussion today and give us a few introductory remarks. We'll then move on to the other panelists, and then we'll throw it open for everybody to raise their pressing concerns. Interestingly enough, some questions relevant to this panel came up yesterday. So we are hoping that those same persons will raise those questions, and let's get our panelists to respond to them. So I look forward to a very exciting session. I'm sure we're all looking forward to what is an interesting session, even though the topic, the internet and the law, can sound really, suppose Monday, and it is going to be exciting, I'm sure. So Grace, over to you.
All right. Thank you very much for your introduction, and of course your introductory remarks as well. Yes, the internet and the law is a broad topic. Several areas of the law now touch and concern the internet, just because we do so much business and live so much parts of our lives on the internet. And of course, nothing has accelerated that as much as COVID. Even our kids now live on the internet, fortunately or unfortunately. Yeah, and I hope sometimes we get into a conversation about that, because there are ethical concerns there outside of law. But my comments today will focus on doing business on the internet and a bit of IP and how things have been shaping up over the last year or two. I saw an invitation for an online forum on today's Privacy Day, World Privacy Day, and I saw an invitation for an event online, which of course I'm not attending because I'm here. But the tagline for that event was, "Have we thrown all internet legal issues into data protection? Is data protection now the catch-all and data privacy the catch-all?" And sometimes it feels that way. And so I think as a group, we have agreed that I will touch on some commerce issues, and there are very well qualified people on the panel who perhaps touch on the more privacy-related issues today. But I wanted to say that privacy is still a big topic. Cybersecurity has now come to the fore because of COVID. A report I read yesterday said that cybersecurity incidents have perhaps decreased a bit, but they're more targeted. People are getting much better at them. So cybercrime laws are to be active. And of course, many of our jurisdictions in the Caribbean, we do have cybercrime legislation. We do have it here in Jamaica. Not very well used. In fact, the persons who are in charge of enforcing it, we tend to lose them. We have a whole cybercrime department, which we are losing officers from that department left, right, and center, because even the enforcement officers in that sector are in high demand. So from an e-commerce perspective, we have seen lots of moves towards doing business on the internet over the last 2 years. And, as Tira, we're talking in a pre-panel discussion, she said, well, the laws were always in place for e-commerce. Many of our jurisdictions do have an e-commerce related legislation. Specifically in Jamaica, it's called Electronic Transactions Act. And I think it's called that too in many of our Eastern Caribbean islands as well. And this law is based on international laws, international model laws, which most of our jurisdictions followed in the 2000 to 2010 period. And the laws deal with the use of evidence in court, but in respect of e-commerce, how you transact businesses online, what information you should give to the customers, cooling off periods after sales so that you can, withdraw your consent to a purchase or ask for a refund, pretty much. But the e-commerce laws have now taken full flight. Just this morning, I was reading the Bahamas legislation on e-signatures, which just really tie the pieces together between material acceptance of documents and e-signatures, e-acceptance of documents. Because while we have this omnibus legislation called E-Transactions Act, several of our regulatory bodies are still requiring us to put in documents in physical format. And even though the E-Transactions Act would say, okay, whatever is in hard copy can be accepted by the government in soft copy, we still require under our Companies Act an actual seal to be affixed to documents, for instance. So it runs counter to what our E-Transactions legislation is supposed to provide or supposed to allow. And so I've seen where the Bahamas has now allowed for e-signatures on documents, and deeds no longer need to have seals affixed. So that is an example of a jurisdiction, I think, within the Caribbean that is seeing the need for other sort of reform to complement e-commerce within the Caribbean. And I think we'll see bits and pieces of that throughout, where we are making amendments to bits and pieces of laws to complement and to support e-commerce as we go ahead. Another innovation we've seen over the last 2 years or so is an increase in payment systems being done online. Lots of people tend to call this fintech, and fintech definition of that has been broadened to beyond just banking, you know, online or banking from your phone. It's been brought into a lot of other financial services or quasi-financial services, which are carried out online. Several of our jurisdictions, including Jamaica, St. Kitts, and the Bahamas, and shout out again to the Bahamas because they led the way with this, have implemented CBDC, a central bank digital dollar or currency. In the Bahamas, it is called a sand dollar, I believe. And we are, I think, in the Caribbean leading the way internationally in respect of CBDCs. Lots of, you know, documents out of international organizations do point to the fact that we as Caribbean jurisdictions have been trying to implement these central bank digital currencies. Are they working? Are they going fast enough? Not necessarily. We have tried through our central banks in the Caribbean to implement digital sandboxes or fintech sandboxes, which are supposed to allow innovators who tend not to be traditional banks and deposit-taking institutions, which is what we call them in Jamaica, DTIs. Those are not necessarily the innovators. So we are looking forward, or we're trying to encourage joint ventures between innovators and banks. And so we have implemented laws for sandboxes in our payment systems legislation. We have that going in Jamaica. It's not going as fast as we think it can, but we do have it going in Jamaica. I know Barbados does have an entity, I think, BIT, which is far ahead in respect of its digital currency program. But that's something I think which is going to accelerate within the next year or two, and we're going to see lots of other laws in respect of fintech coming up throughout our various jurisdictions. You know, there's a hesitation here for us to go in this area as a Caribbean community because we are faced with a lot of OECD and anti-money laundering rules coming out because of our correspondent banking issues. You know, for some of us who don't know, we depend on US banks to a large extent to send funds to the Caribbean. And, you know, when they say risk within the Caribbean, within any financial institution, they're hesitant to proceed. So there are lots of international rules and international guidelines that we need to follow. And I think if anything will be a hindrance to our use of the internet or use of online transactions using fintech, that's going to be where we're going to see the restrictions coming from. Now, I wanted to touch on trends I'm seeing, and some of these trends are not legal trends, but certainly trends which will require input and an interface with the law in the very near future. And if you have been anywhere online, particularly on Twitter, or I don't know, if you're in Barbados and you heard that they had an embassy or a diplomatic station being set up in the metaverse, then you would have heard about this term, the metaverse, right? Which is AR, you know, it's AI, AR, it's lots of other layers to the internet that we know right now. To a large extent, we have been operating in Web 2.0. And the metaverse is supposed to be Web 3.0. It is supposed to allow for decentralized communication and transactions throughout the web. And it's another layer for us in terms of how you can operate legally within the sphere, the metasphere, some people call it, metaverse. What will come with this and how will the law interface for us with the metaverse? We're going to see a lot more smart contracts. You know, contracts which do not require lawyers, unfortunately, or fortunately for some of us in our field, which will mean that you'll have a lot more people being able to generate their own contracts online and input, you know, their own contractual information. But it will also mean that you will have less interface with regulators and less interface perhaps with banks and central banks, and certainly in the sphere of Bitcoin or in the sphere of, let's go broader, cryptocurrencies and crypto assets, you're going to see more decentralization. And it's something which I'm looking on with a keen eye because I'm still wondering how this will work, you know, if the powers that be, the legal powers that be will allow this to work. So we're seeing the rise in that. And we're also seeing the rise in, you know, the metaverse for artwork, digital artwork. Within the last year, this whole concept of non-fungible tokens, NFTs, has arisen. I think NFTs are akin to crowdfunding for art on the web. That's not what it is. It's not an asset, but it has blown up. You know, lots of Sotheby's put something online, which is an NFT, and we have some artists here locally in Jamaica who have put their art online. It is a way of solving, you know, the purchase of digital goods online. And it's one regard, in one respect, it is a failure of the WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization treatise on the internet, which was supposed to solve how we have copyright of internet and certainly digital products online, but it hasn't really worked. WIPO system and treaty system has not really worked. So people have created a decentralized system, and I think NFTs really represent that. But with that will come concerns regarding ownership. Do you really own an NFT? As I said, I don't think you do. You have a license right at the best. And we're going to have lots of other concerns regarding assets, digital assets. So in the future, in the near future, I think we're going to see quite significant digital asset legislation throughout the Caribbean. Bermuda has digital asset legislation, and some of the other offshore banking sectors or islands which have significant offshore banking sectors do have digital asset legislation because they have quite a few cryptocurrency companies located there. Binance, for instance, relocated from China to Cayman 2 years ago when it ran into problems with the Chinese regulators. So we're going to see lots of digital asset regulation coming up in the Caribbean because we are regarded as an offshore, region, whether or not we are participating or not. So we're going to see legislation on that. So that's on the commercial level, doing business online. But we're people and we're still, interacting with these online assets. What happens when we have these assets and we want to leave them in our estates, in our wills? How will the law deal with that? And increasingly, we're seeing concerns about this. Increasingly, we're seeing concerns about who owns your digital wallet online if you have a cryptocurrency wallet. How do children interact online? That's a big conversation now in the UK. Online security for children is a big conversation in the UK. And how do people use assets and use it as part of their estates? How does it pass from one person to the other? How does an NFT that you don't really own pass from you to somebody else? These are issues that we see on the horizon. So in conclusion, I think this is a critical juncture in internet law and in how the law interfaces with the internet, if that's a better terminology. There's certainly been, because of Web 3.0, a paradigm shift in how we think about the laws and the internet. We were going along, cybersecurity, electronic transactions, data protection, Web 2.0, and suddenly things have moved up to more than that in terms of ownership rights and how we can deal with these digital assets. And that is something that we need to solve very quickly. I think to a large extent, we're going to see decentralization in the laws too. So perhaps we will see the legal conclusions and the solutions to this coming out of the Web 3.0 model as well. So that's it for me.
Grace, thanks a lot. And in a short space of time, you've covered a lot. But good, because this will form the basis for a lot of thinking on the part of the participants and therefore questions that will arise. And a bit of levity here. One of the statements you made is that contracts will require less lawyers. Contracts that will require less lawyers. That has to be a good. I always say that there are two necessary evils: lawyers and accountants. I'm only joking. Mukta, let's get you to say introductory remarks, and again leveraging on the experience that you have, which is actually for a young person very tremendous. Let's hear from you.
Thank you, Rabindra. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me. It's hard to imagine a world without the internet, and while the internet, it is another space. It's not a lawless place. I will consider this topic briefly, first from a cybercrime perspective, and then from a data protection perspective, because today is World Data Protection Day. Finally, I'll just consider some questions about what the future might hold, piggybacking on what Grace has actually touched on. So it's a good order you've set up, Rabindra. Now, generally, there are some existing laws locally that can be applied to matters arising through or from the internet. For example, in 2017, a local man was charged under the Summary Offences Act for sending a grossly offensive message where he had made certain comments about the Prime Minister and his family and posted it on Facebook. Now, on the other hand as well, there are still gaps in the law as certain types of conduct are not classified as offenses. As an example, consider the victims of revenge porn, where someone who has shared intimate pictures with a significant other suffers humiliation after those pictures are then shared around without that person's consent. Now, currently, that's not a specified criminal offense, and so a victim would have to seek redress in the civil courts. But in this digital age, as more and more companies position themselves to be borderless, the threat of cybercrime continues to grow. A cyber attack could happen in many ways. For example, brute force attacks, phishing, social engineering. That is where the data of an individual is used to create a profile to find the pressure points of that individual, which will then make that individual more likely to click on a link. And the end goal of the attacker is usually to get to the data. And of course, after a cyber attack, there are other cyber crimes that could be committed as well. For instance, fraud, identity theft. And these are the types of crimes which form part of the fundamental rationale for specific laws to be enacted. For example, consumer protection laws, data protection laws, all of these create obligations on companies to implement technical and organizational security measures to protect data. But I mean, the thing about laws is that you have to update them. So whilst locally we do have a Computer Misuse Act, which is geared towards protecting individuals from these type of cyber attacks and cyber crimes, it needs to be updated. And the government has made attempts to update the law through various versions of a cybercrime bill. However, there has been some back and forth, and a finalized law is still lacking. From a data protection perspective, as far as the internet is concerned, as you know, you have millions of bytes of data transmitted every day. And there are going to be individuals' personal data in play. So this, of course, attracts criminals and bad actors, or persons who want to use your information for their benefit. And again, locally, we do have a Data Protection Act. It has been partially proclaimed for some time. But there are efforts underway. As you alluded to, Rabindra, TIRA is part of that mechanism whereby the government is trying to modernize the law to update it according to international standards. So we are on the right path in that regard. But what about the internet going forward? As Grace mentioned, we are at a point where we have to consider Web 3.0. because companies are investing heavily in metaverse. What is the metaverse? I understand it to be a sort of shared virtual space that is hyper-realistic and extremely immersive in a never-ending 3D world where participants will enter via the internet using virtual reality or augmented reality and use a digital persona called an avatar to connect with other persons and do activities such as attending events, visiting places, going to concerts, and so on. So it also seems that there could be several worlds within the metaverse which can all overlap, and the metaverse cannot be unplugged or reset. As Grace mentioned, it is supposedly decentralized. Persons can leave and enter from the real world as they please. So with the incoming metaverse or metaverses, you have several legal issues which will have to be decided. To name a few, intellectual property, copyright and trademark. How will those current laws apply in the metaverse? Can you have signage from a building reproduced in the metaverse, or will you need some kind of consent? What about those investors that are buying up virtual land in the metaverse, all based on location, just like in the real world? Because in the metaverse, assets could be sold as non-fungible technologies, NFTs. And then any transaction will probably also have tax implications. So you also have to consider the tax aspect from that side of the world. And similarly, we will need a framework for AML and CFT, that is anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism. Because as far as you have money or some sort of value passing, you have the potential for those sorts of nefarious activities as well. So but in terms of data protection, a large amount of sensitive data will be processed in the metaverse. Think about it. If you're in the meta, all of your facial expressions, your stares, your gestures, the way you walk, your physiological reactions, all of that will be captured and recorded. So imagine what a company could do by seeing how you react to an advertisement for its product, depending on the time of the day or your mood. I think targeted advertisements will become far more successful than they are now. And what about digital identity? Should a metaverse avatar be allowed to look like anybody but yourself? Will that be a form of art and expression, or will it be another form of identity fraud? And can an avatar feel as much as we feel? In other words, if an avatar causes damage or distress to another avatar, what is the potential lawsuit? Who is the claimant? Do you notify the operator of the metaverse, or do you try to file a police complaint in real life, IRL? So, and then similar to how it's okay to engage in violence in video games, will it be okay to engage in violence in the metaverse? Probably not, hopefully not, I don't know. But the laws that apply to the metaverse may be applied based on the demands and wishes of the metaverse users. Just as you alluded to in your introduction, Rabindra, the laws of society are generally built upon the societal demands and wishes of the people. And this has several implications. I am constrained by time, however, but just as we all are in real life. But these are questions that we need to consider going forward, because the metaverse is here. It's not some dystopian future I'm talking about. It is here, and we are going to have to deal with these questions very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mukta. And both yourself and Grace has made reference to this metaverse. And it seems that this metaverse is now becoming, let's say, the central consideration for issues related to the internet and law. We'll have some more discussions around that. I'm sure questions will arise related to that. Let's move on now to Rishi. Rishi has a lot of experience both in the private sector and the public sector. So Rishi will give us a perspective from based on that experience. So Rishi.
Thank you very much, Danny, and thank you for the contributions of Grace and Mukta so far. I must say I'm the only non-lawyer together, I guess, with Danny in this group, flanked by such esteemed colleagues like Grace, Mukta, and Tira. So I'm going to be coming at this from probably a slightly different perspective, given my background from working in government, spending some time in civil society, and looking at it from a more of a human rights perspective. Because again, I touched a bit on some of the topics raised by Grace and by Mukta. You get a sense that there are a lot of human rights issues and elements dealing with it. I think it's fair to say right now that we cannot go a day without the internet or without technology on the whole and utilizing it. We all may have experienced, those who are on the digital network in Trinidad, I think was it last week when the system went down and a lot of people got disrupted in terms of schoolwork, in terms of meetings and productivity. So there's that. It's now our umbilical cord. I guess with COVID, obviously, a lot of remote work and everything. But in terms of our now day-to-day, daily transactions, how we use the internet, how we use technology to be able to interact with the world, it does have its benefits. We cannot say no, it's just totally a bad thing. People are now being able to do things that they probably weren't able to do. So for example, in Trinidad, many of you may have now been able to get food delivered from your favorite restaurant, even during the lockdown, because of technology and apps that allow you to be able now to order from your favorite restaurant, get it food delivered to you, the grocery shopping online. You can now interact with family and friends throughout the world. So the internet and technology is good. But as much as it is good, there is a dark side to it that sometimes we don't really discuss about or we don't really talk about. I guess particularly maybe in a Caribbean context or a Trinidad context, but I'm only, I think, a Caribbean context, because we don't see the effects of it on a day-to-day basis. And that's the impact of it on issues such as freedom of speech, freedom of expression, being able to express your views. So for example, many of you may have heard of I think it was late last year, the scandal involving Pegasus, company based in Israel, and spyware that it would have developed that have been used by several governments throughout the world and installed on phones, on software, on applications, on people who use for non-governmental society organizations, media people, to be able to spy on them. There's a famous book out there now called Surveillance Capitalism, in which the old adage goes, if the product is free, then you are the product and not anything else. And all that sets of data. So it touches also on data protection issues, as Mukta alluded to today being World Data Protection Day. And how do we treat with these things from a freedom of expression, freedom of voice? People want to be able to express their freedom, but also balancing that with slander and libel laws to ensure that you're able to represent accurate information, misinformation, misrepresentation. We have the whole advent of fake news now. Even recently, I think it was, if not late last year, early 2020, we had, for example, in a Commonwealth country, Singapore, I believe it was, who passed a law, where criticizing the government or presenting misnews and misfacts, and you can now go to jail for that. Of course, the question is who regulates what is misinformation, what is right information? If it's the government, then is there a question of censorship? Is there a question of surveillance? Grace talked about the UK, and the UK is also known as the greatest surveillance country in the world, where everywhere you go, I lived in UK for a number of years in time past, and everywhere you go, there's a CCTV camera out there that's been able to see you, being able to track you. So it's about also understanding, the impacts of these things on our day-to-day lives here in the Caribbean, where obviously there are always questions of national security. National security is often a very broad term. I always say, how do you define what is national security or what is in the public interest to be able to talk about? And obviously government has a role to play in protecting people, protecting the citizens, protecting the nation. But of course, you need to counterbalance that, and obviously that's going to be done through the use of technology, the internet. But you need to counterbalance that with rights, digital rights, and we talk about the whole aspect of how do we now balance these things? Because obviously we all have natural human rights. Most Caribbean countries have human rights provisions within their laws. So now how do we deal with that in a digital space? Both Mukta and Grace alluded to the metaverse. Mukta alluded to the whole questions of what happens in real life may also happen in the metaverse. How does that relate to crime? How does that relate to your rights? What rights would you have? Discrimination. Just last night, I believe, in preparation for this, I came across an article from the Washington Post, I believe it was, where now in the US, for example, IRS is now going to be adopting facial rec technology. So once you have now filed your tax return, and if you want to go on and see your account on the IRS system, you now have to upload a picture of your face or video of your face to, I think they've partnered with a third-party provider to be able to, software provider, to be able to load that picture up. So now they're going to be using your biometric facial expressions and facial features to be able to lock on. That information is going into government. We all are familiar, I'm sure, with Orwell's 1984 and Big Brother and surveillance society. So those are questions that I think we need to allude to. I think the Caribbean is slowly beginning to come to grips with these things. So with the passage of new data protection laws, recently proclaimed data protection laws that are going along the lines of the GDPR, which when you look at it, touches not only on the rights that are enshrined to you in those laws, but it goes beyond that scope and looks at the constitutional human rights that you may also have within those laws. So we have Jamaica, for example, which recently had their information commissioner appointed, I think December 1st. Grace could correct me if I'm wrong. And their law has now been gazetted, and there's a 2-year time frame for companies in Jamaica to get their house in order to be able to comply with the data protection law. Just yesterday, I met with the Data Protection Commissioner of Barbados. Barbados also has their data protection law, again, modeled on GDPR, and they're making steps towards implementing this. We saw Barbados, I think, being the first country to enter into the metaverse with digital real estate. So again, there are a lot of issues and concerns, obviously, with technology and the internet. There are a lot of good. I wouldn't come here and say the internet is bad, technology is bad, we need to do away with it. We all have been benefiting from it one way or the other, especially over the last 20 years, but I think more so over the last 7, 8 years, there's been an exponential jump in technology and the use of technology. But that also needs to be balanced, I think, with the rights and human rights of individuals. And there's an interesting quote I'll probably like to close off on that, I came across last night, in that the internet and technology is good. It could be your lifeline, but based on society, based on laws and everything else, it could possibly also be your ticket to jail. So with that, I will thank you very much, Danny and the team, and I look forward to whatever conversations happens afterwards.
Rishi, thanks a lot. You provided some interesting perspective, and in a sense, some of what you're saying and what you're implying is that as a region, we have to be proactive as it relates to internet law rather than sitting back and waiting for the larger countries to establish their law and we seek to adopt what they're doing. There are unique attributes in the region which actually requires us to actually be proactive. Excellent. It also raises the issue of digital rights and democracy, some of which I'm sure some of the participants will raise in the question and answer session. But let's move across to Tira. Tira has a broad range of experience. I have to say globally as well, because she's consulted in a variety of locales globally. So I'm sure that will bring her perspective into bear. And I interacted with Tira when Tira was providing consultancy work for the government of Trinidad. One of the consultations was with the private sector and business organizations. So I was able to benefit from some of her perspectives. So let's hear from Tira, because I'm sure she'll bring a lot to bear to add to what Grace, Mukta, and Rishi has said so far. So Tira, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, panelists, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I do actually have a PowerPoint presentation today, but before I start that, I just wanted to add to what everyone on the panel and the chair has spoken today about. We do actually have 2 major initiatives in Trinidad and Tobago, and both Mukta and Rishi were also part of that consultative process, because it was a process whereas we had the public and private sectors interaction, and I will also speak to that in my presentation. So the first one related to what Grace was speaking on e-commerce is amendments to the Electronic Transactions Act, in that we were very lucky to have the assistance of Mr. Luca Castellani from the United Nations Commission on International Trade. And as you know, they are the ones who prepare all the model laws on e-commerce for the entire world to implement. And he assisted us in identifying the updates required to Trinidad and Tobago's Electronic Transactions Act. He also did it in Belize for several other countries in the Caribbean, and Belize has now fully enacted and assented their new Electronic Transactions Act, which now encompasses all the UNCITRAL model laws and conventions, including the model law on electronic transfer records. So that makes the entire system of trade completely digital, makes transfer instruments, all sorts of checks, bills of ladings, completely legal to be done electronically. So it closes the gaps. Grace mentioned seals. For instance, Belize has currently updated its company's law, and it's removing, just like the UK and Bahamas, the requirement for a seal for a company, and including that if you can also use an electronic seal. Both the Belize enacted new ETA and the Trinidad bill speak to the ability to use electronic seals. So I just wanted to add those are changes that have been enacted in one country and that are proposed for Trinidad and Tobago. So it's something that other Caribbean countries can also look at. But I'll just go now into my presentation on data protection. Thank you. I'll just come off the video because it tends to be a bit distracting. First slide, please. Thank you. Can you kindly put it in presenters mode if possible, or slideshow, yeah, so that they can see one slide. Or if it's too much problem, no worries. We can just do it this way. Okay. Next slide, please. Mm-hmm. Okay. So the first issue I wanted to address is that the legal and regulatory framework for data protection does not exist in a void. And this is a problem that I have found in lawmaking in the Caribbean particularly, and also in Trinidad and Tobago. We often have laws made in a silo, laws made without any context of what is business, reality, international policy, regional norms, international practices. So this is adopted from the World Economic Forum, and you will see that the legal and regulatory framework and data policy is only one aspect of it. Overarchingly, we have data standards, you have ethics, values, and norms, and that was spoken of by Rishi earlier. You have the business and economy of data, which I will detail. You have the impact and interplay elements, because as I noted, even the changes to the Electronic Transactions Act dealing with electronic transfer records, with evidence, timestamps, with seals, still interact and deal with data as well. And of course, you have current industry practices. We have to look at the practices in Trinidad and Tobago, in the Caribbean, as well as internationally, because oftentimes some of the industry practices that you do have internationally are going to be adopted regionally. We may be a little behind it. In many cases, we have found, and as Grace alluded to, the industry practices tend to be way ahead of the legal and regulatory framework. So we're actually doing things that are technically outside of our legal and regulatory framework. I can tell you, before Trinidad and Tobago had the Electronic Transactions Act, of course, electronic transactions were being conducted. The banks were doing electronic check clearances. They weren't sending checks to the US on a daily basis. You had online bank, not online banking, you had online shopping, you had many things being done, but there was no framework. Next, thank you. So your data and privacy law, looking forward, must be aligned with new technological developments and digital transformation initiatives. There is, of course, now big data and open data. There's a problem when you have data localization issues, and that is also causing a problem that it is not a law in Trinidad, but apparently it's a government policy, and that is also causing issues in terms of trying to roll out e-government initiatives. You have to be aware of the rise of artificial intelligence as well as standards in data. I mentioned the MLETR before, and persons are often talking about EU GDPR, but one must be careful not to take these things out of context, because the EU also has a data report on data sharing for public good, and the EU Data Act and Data Governance Act that's out for consultation. So sometimes, and I often see this in the Caribbean, one piece of a regime is adopted with the other pieces not being taken into consideration, or there's adoption out of context. So one has to be careful when adopting new laws and standards that you have the proper contextual reality. Next, thank you. So the TNT data protection amendments were worked on for a period of approximately 1 year. And as I noted before, Mukta, can you go back, please? Mukta and Rishi were part of this, and these were some of the key issues that were considered. It was noted that we don't have a culture of awareness in respect of data protection and data privacy, and I think that is Caribbean-wide and in many other countries, right? There must be some differentiation of the obligations for the public and private sectors. I will detail this a little more because the public sector, you have to deal with, if you have things like single windows, say the TT BizLink, trade single windows, what are the data sharing obligations on it? What are the safeguards? For the private sector, they have to try, especially for multinationals, you have to transfer data out on a daily basis or several times a day. So one must need to look at the realities before carving these sort of obligations. We have to leverage lessons learned from other countries. The prevention of abuse of power and implications for freedom of the press. Rishi spoke about democracy, balancing the DPA and FOIA requirements, right? And of course, there's the interrelationship between the key laws, because Data Protection Act does not work in a silo. It basically is like an ETA. It's like a horizontal or omnibus piece of legislation that impacts practically every law in the country. Next, thank you. So one of the persons we were very fortunate to get to assist us in our data protection law is Mr. Jeffrey P. Cunard, who is of counsel of the law firm of David Boyce and Plimpton. He was also a lecturer at the Berkeley Center for Internet Law, which is part of Harvard Law School, and was widely considered until his retirement last year to be one of the leading world experts on internet law. He was also involved in the telecom liberalization of Trinidad and Tobago. So he has noted that there are several lessons learned in examining issues from the GDPR style acts. And that is, first one is addressing issues in respect of transfers out of countries. He had noted that Caribbean countries are not likely going to be making adequacy decisions. So if you put in these sort of restrictive third-party transfer rules in your law, it will actually literally tie you up in terms of the ability to do business. Therefore, the use of standard contractual clauses or other mechanisms less intrusive, such as in Australia, was suggested, and that is what is in our draft amendment bill. So adequacy decisions are what happens in the EU, where the EU has put that they must have adequacy decisions to decide whether they can transfer data. Now, sit down and think about it for a minute as to how lengthy and expensive that process would be. It is very lengthy and expensive for a European country, as well as the country that they're transferring data to. It has taken several years. In fact, for some of the countries where adequacy decisions are made, taken several years. Most notoriously, they have decided that the US doesn't have the same adequate controls, but as Mr. Cunard has noted, the sky hasn't fallen, data hasn't stopped being transferred because their use of standard contractual clauses. No, I'm still on that slide. Sorry, okay. The second point he made was on the power and robustness of regulators. So if we are trying to put more GDPR style laws, you have to understand that the data protection authorities in Europe, such as in France, Germany, and UK, are very well resourced, right? We don't think we have either the human resources or money to resource our commissions like that. So we have to be very careful in not putting laws that have overly bureaucratic processes. And also, as Rishi spoke about, we're looking at democracy. You have to be very careful that safeguards are put into when you create that commission so that there is accountability, because as the saying goes, who will police the police? Because you are then empowering somebody or empowering some individuals who are then privy to a lot of trade secrets and private information and data of the both public and private sectors. The MUCTA had pointed this out in our consultation, that the imposition of harsh penalties for non-compliance for small businesses and those trying to comply will become counterproductive. And Mr. Kunad had noted, and California has this in their consumer protection law, consider exceptions for small businesses. Obviously, you are going, when you are looking at protection of data and privacy, you're going to look at the 99% of the personal data and sensitive data. You have the banks, financial institutions, cybersecurity companies, health information providers, those sorts of institutions. Hairdresser or manicurist in keeping some emails and addresses in a book or on WhatsApp is not the person that you're going to target. So it makes more sense to deal with the bulk of where there may be breaches than to be requiring a small business to have or to go through this expense and to have this requirement to comply in something where there's minimal risk. So this is just a summary of what I have said. I just put it out. I like to put these things in PowerPoint so that afterwards you can have the PowerPoint to go through. Next, please. Thanks. Okay. I wanted to also bring up the point about regulatory sandboxes. We do have the allusion to a regulatory sandbox in Trinidad and Tobago with the central bank under their new licensing of non-banking e-payment solutions. But this is something that Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean needs to look at more carefully, because I know soft regulation is not something that we have culturally, but it is something that we need to do. Not least of all because by the time you actually get legislation for some of these emergent technologies drafted and through the legislative and parliamentary process in Trinidad and Tobago, that legislation, like for AI or fintech, will most likely be obsolete because either technologies have evolved or the business processes have evolved. Next, thank you. I've just left this in there. I have worked on the AI blueprint for Africa with some AI colleagues. It was recently approved by Smart Africa and endorsed by the African Union. I've left in the link because I think it would be useful as well for the Caribbean. Next, please. Again, I'm speaking about soft regulations, which we need to take a look at. Next. I think, and my last point is that access to data is a key ingredient, not only for competitive AI, but also technology-enabled business landscapes. And we need to implement a data strategy with practical recommendations for establishing a data market infrastructure to promote data access and voluntary data sharing. We need to address deficiencies in data privacy and data protection legislation, right? We need to have information exchange regimes and arrangements between the public and private sectors in compliance with data protection laws. And we need to develop and tailor technical means for data de-identification, transfer, and processing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Kira. Certainly based on the experience, a lot of interesting comments there. A couple of things that were implied in your conversation is it can't be a situation where we will address it if it happens, meaning we got to actually prepare for instances of already in cybercrime, if you want to call it that, on the internet. And a general thing that has emerged in the discussions from all the panelists is there's a shift. resources related to ICT are no longer peripheral, but central to all that we do today. From an e-commerce perspective, from just the Internet of Things, all the things that we do in our life. And our law have to acknowledge this. Our companies have to acknowledge this. And it's no longer treating ICT really as a kind of a backroom type of operation and so on. We have to bring it much into the forefront. And Mukta, you're an example of that. Your current employers have hired you really to focus on some of those key issues related to their operation. But ICT is important. And when you are establishing your businesses, when you are actually looking to create laws and so on, you have to look at ICT as well as the other elements. But let me not detract away from all that has been said. Wonderful statements, overarching comments by everybody that sets the tone for discussions with the participants. So what I'll do is throw open the floor for questions. And in that regard, we have George Govind, who is actually monitoring the questions. So he will actually ask all of the questions that have been posted so far. But feel free to raise your hands if you have any questions that you want to ask the panel. So George, any questions?
Yes, yes, good morning, panel, and good morning, everyone. A couple of comments have come across the chat with not very specific questions, because other people on the chat have been answering the questions as basically as quickly as they came up. One of the questions that seems to be going back and forth: do you think the concept of NFTs can be applied in a more practical way, such as ownership of property in the real world and university qualifications? There is a back and forth on this, and I'm going to ask the panel if any one of them are willing to take on this particular question as it relates to maybe land ownership, translation of educational certificates and stuff like that.
Right, let me make an attempt to answer that, because it's something I'm still grappling with. Let's start first with what is an asset and how it differs in the digital world. Now, what makes asset ownership possible, real assets and eventually intellectual property assets, is the fact that I own it to the exclusion of everyone else. I have a right against the entire world, and I can enforce that right in a court of law. It's a property right. Now, in the metaverse, we are talking about digital assets, which we have seen from time to time. People have used digital rights mechanisms to enforce asset rights within the digital world, which is why you can have takedowns on YouTube, and which is why copyright owners who have particular music can say to streaming services, don't stream it in the Caribbean. You know, we get that all the while. That is a form of asset ownership. Can you do that with things in the metaverse is the big question. It doesn't seem to be very possible. You have people copying things at a random pace. You know, NFTs, if you go on these exchanges, you'll see people copying supposed assets. So I think the possibility of asset ownership is much less in the metaverse now. But I also saw in the chat references to exchanges which allow you to own the NFT for digital land in the metaverse and own the physical equivalent in the real world. That, I think, is something which has exponential potential, because you're able to enforce the asset in the real world as we speak of now in a court of law, even while we are in a big question sign, era in respect of what the metaverse is. Separate and apart from that, when you speak about qualifications and how it can be linked in the metaverse, I think what we're speaking about then is really decentralized, almost authentication of those qualifications. And I think the metaverse, and particularly blockchain, which is a part of it, will be very good in terms of allowing for decentralized authentication of documents and other products that we use digitally.
Great. Anybody else wants to add to the response?
Thanks, Ravindra. I would just add, in terms of the enforcement, there's going to be a lot of questions about what you can enforce in terms of the NFTs. And for example, if you own an NFT to a virtual piece of land in the metaverse, again, where do you enforce that right? And I think the underlying point then is maybe we need to start thinking about a specialized arena, a specialized court. Maybe I don't know if to call it an internet court that will deal with these specialized types of issues, because they are going to be far more frequent going forward. And it's hard to give an answer when there's so much in flux. We're in a moment of transition. So that's what I will add. We may need to start thinking about a specialized court.
Interesting concept. Okay.
Can I give the other question, Daniel?
Sure, go ahead.
So Nigel Casimir has given us a link that talks about an international multi-stakeholder group called the Internet and the Jurisdiction Policy Network. So I think that, thank you, Nigel, for sharing that. Deidre Williams, in a situation where an image was produced without permission, in a situation where photography is regulated, who owns the digital image that is created?
Kira, let me ask you to start this, and Grace, you see to have a comment to make. Let Kira start off.
Answering one of the questions in the chat. The question is, who owns the image?
Yes.
Of a photograph? The copyright is in the creator. The copyright is in the creator, so that is vested under copyright law. However, you do have changes in terms of when there are different contractual or employment agreements. I don't know if Grace wants to continue with this. Mm-hmm.
You're absolutely correct, Tiro. The creator, the photographer in most instances owns a copyright in the image, unless of course it's commissioned by a third party, in which case the commissioner takes the copyright. It's vested in him or her. And if your country has employment laws or your copyright laws speak to vesting in an employer, the employer would also take the rights. Jamaica does not have those laws, by the way. The employee owns unless the employer has an agreement with the employee, right? We're unique in that way. What happens to the image when the image goes over into the metaverse on an NFT, panel or forum or something like OpenSea, for instance? It really still belongs to the photographer, and I'm seeing a lot of cases like that popping up in the US in particular, in which the photographers, copyright owners, are seeking to protect their image rights because it's their image, it's their copyright, whether it is transformed into a cartoon or not. It is from their image, and they have the rights to transform their work into a digital cartoon if they so desire, and they can enforce those rights. That's the law as it is now.
Good. Rishi, you have anything to add to it? Based on the experience?
Actually, I leave it to the lawyers to really chef this one out. It's really talking about, like you said, ownership, assets, enforcement, and how do you attribute ownership from one thing to the other. And then, like Mukta said, enforcement. Do our court of laws have the ability right now to enforce those things? And going forward, if not enforcement, maybe arbitration. So I leave it up to the lawyers in this regard to provide the expert guidance.
Okay. And Mukta, you want to add to it, or should we move on to the other question?
No, nothing else to add. I agree with the comments from Tira and Linda, all of the panelists. Thanks.
Okay, so
okay, George?
We have a question from Anel Aberdeen. It's interesting to see each island's progress on legislating this area, given the cross-border of internet, especially when it comes to business. What role do you think CARICOM and a regional approach to implement a framework for key areas to allow smoother transition standards for all the islands and more business geared towards these regions.
Let me call on Rishi to answer this, because Rishi, you've been involved with TIPCA in the past, and that could inform, let's say, a response to this question.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question about understanding the CARICOM approach. And as you mentioned, there was an attempt to be able to do something like this, harmonization of legislation throughout the region with the HIPCA project, in which it was supposed to implement model laws. I think those E-Trans, Freedom of Information and Data Protection, if I'm not mistaken. So it's about trying to get that harmonized rule, I guess, similar to the approach the EU has taken with several of its initiatives, GDPR just being one. I think just late last year, if I remember correctly, they also passed, or there's also movement towards a data governance type of regulations in the EU that will treat with sharing data and open data. So having these regional standards across a group. I think the problem we face though in the Caribbean, I think I'm wearing my politics hat from UE and when I state this, is that we understand CARICOM and its limitations in terms of creating that kind of enforcement or standardization across the region. Obviously, each country has its own jurisdiction, sovereign authority. So this, while CARICOM may want to take that approach, or people would love to have some kind of standardization, especially as we have regional organizations that transfer throughout the region. I think that will have to be a shift also in the way CARICOM has been set up going forward, to be able to have that kind of, I won't say authority, but the ability to have that sort of influence on regional governments going forward. So I think it is a lauded idea that everyone would like to have, but I think all organizations, especially multi-regional organizations in the Caribbean, would love to have some sort of flat standard that we can use to be able to shift across. But that doesn't exist right now. I take heart in, as I mentioned, I would have met with the data commissioner from Barbados yesterday. I think a couple of weeks ago, I had a nice discussion with the new information commissioner in Jamaica. And what they both alluded to was there's conversations taking place in that space among commissioners or appointed commissioners so far. So Jamaica, Barbados, Cayman, because Cayman has the ombudsman that regulates the Cayman Islands Data Protection Act, and Bermuda with Alex that has their own data protection law. And they're trying to come across some sort of standards, minimum standards that they would abide by, regardless of if it's in their law or not. So once companies seem to abide by these minimum standards, the commissioners will look at it in a favorable light, that you're sticking within the spirit of the data protection in our jurisdiction, even though we may not have it in our books. So at least from a commissioner's point of view, there is that discussion taking place to have some sort of minimum standards recognized. But from a CARICOM perspective, I think that goes deeper into the institutional issues we have with CARICOM as a whole.
And very interesting comments. And TTIGF for a couple of years now have been, in a sense, advocating the need for a CDPR equivalent to the GDPR that will govern what happens in the region. But as I said, the institutional setup for CARICOM is probably less than ideal for implementing things across the region in such a way that the different territories are bound by what has been defined. But that is a discussion for another forum, which we can probably have and facilitate. I have 3 hands raised. Let me start off with Dane. Dane, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Hope all is well. I have a question on the data collection. We just came off of. There's a particular company out of Jamaica that would have acted on behalf of multiple governments throughout the COVID on collecting the travel pass for Barbados, Grenada, and Trinidad in specific, a couple other islands too. They would have acted on behalf of collecting your passport data when you travel eastward. But this data obviously was created. That software was created by a private entity. How can one make sure that that is not in the wrong hands and being shared outside of government, because now you've seen the company label a brand at the bottom on the national security websites for those particular countries just mentioned. How or who can you lodge a complaint or a report to if you have an issue? That's my question.
Anyone? Grace?
Right. So I think what he's alluding to is a data incident. I wouldn't say it's a breach per se. My IT friends telling me this would be more of a data incident in respect of personal data that was stored by the company which created the software and that storage mechanism, the buckets. People in the IT world would know what that is. The buckets were open for all to see and for all to access. If it was accessed, we don't know. But there was that vulnerability which was discovered. Because it was a data incident, there is discussion around in Jamaica as to whether that would have even constituted a data breach within the Data Protection Act here in Jamaica. But I do think that vulnerability, perhaps we have not found where any other law could have covered it, except perhaps the Cybercrimes Act or Misuse of Communications Act in Trinidad perhaps would have covered it. But people were free to make complaints to the cybercrimes unit if they felt that their data or their information or anything was accessed without their permission. Of course, the Cybercrimes Act and the Misuse of Communications Act, on which it is modeled out of the UK, has a particular definition for misuse and access, and how you can fit within the definition of that crime is a bit tricky for those sort of data incidents and vulnerabilities. Nothing has come of it in Jamaica. It is unfortunate that this was a government program, meaning it was something which was at the prompt of the government to, get this program going. And what it drove home to us here is that we needed to perhaps implement the Data Protection Act very soon. But also, we also pointed out to persons here in Jamaica that there is a right to informational privacy in our constitution, and that has now come to the fore because of our needs. The identification system, which was constitutional action, was brought in our courts. And in the light of that constitutional right, people can take action as private citizens if they want to. That's expensive court action that we don't want people to do that. We want them to approach a regulator. That's the first thing. And two, it really brought home to lots of Jamaican companies, certainly, that while the act has now been put in place with a grandfathering period, while the act is still to be fully enforced, there is a provision that you must not do anything contrary to the act during that grandfathering period, and we have pointed it out. So as to, in an attempt to get people in line, because we do realize that the complaint procedures and the regulatory framework is not in place for those sorts of incidents. But we do not want people to be without recourse where their information is possibly open and available on the dark web, for instance. That's how we've approached it in Jamaica. It's a little bit, it was very unsettling for us as data protection officers looking on, or data protection lawyers looking on. And we hope that it's a lesson that our governments learn when they're contracting with third parties, quite frankly. I think it was a big lesson for governments, and we can only hope that our Caribbean governments have learned a big lesson.
Oh, thanks for that explanation. Just have to add one thing though, but together as a group as CARICOM, pushing from a CARICOM point of view, to not have one person hold all the cards for all the islands on passport information, on marital status, etc. Would it be a stronger unit to approach it together rather than individually, and have it as a blanket as CARICOM as a framework? I mean, I might be not looking at it. I'm looking at it holistically, but I don't know the intricacies of the law. That's not my forte. But that's just my view as approach it from a CARICOM, and probably sign a memorandum that it could be done in that way. So not one Microsoft or not one big entity holds all the cards for national security data, because that's what all our governments did. I mean, bravo to them to doing it because it was needed. But one person in the Caribbean actually holds all this data. And it's very, very alarming. So that's just my contribution. I just have one, well, that's it. It's another forum. Thanks a lot.
Okay. And let me move on. Nicole, I see your hand is or was up. So I don't know if you still have a question.
I still do, yes.
Okay, good.
I think Mukta kind of alluded to something that I wanted to find out what people thought about what are the responsibilities of private companies, so and specifically telecommunication companies, because I had a client once who was on a private chat in one of the telecommunications companies, and even those sorts of reports, it seemed as if they didn't have any moderators. And if we can go through our minds back to when Facebook made a decision years later to actually put up moderators, it was said that the moderators were having PTSD because of the kind of information that was shared on Facebook. So I just wanted to have your thoughts about that and underpin it with the understanding that technology facilitated gender-based violence is a thing that we haven't really started to talk about in the region. Some of the international agencies who deal with GBV have started to think about it and talk about it, but we haven't been thinking about it. And of course, recognizing that some of our legislation is behind the actual actions that are happening. So I just wanted to get anybody's thoughts on it.
Mukta, you want to add to this?
Yeah, sure, thanks. So I mean, a private company, even though there may not be a specific law fully proclaimed right now that says you need to do X, Y, and Z, a private company would still be well advised to put policies in place to guide employees how they communicate with other employees, especially in the context of a work environment, for example, and going beyond how they communicate with individuals outside on social media platforms. Why? Simply because of the reputational impact which could occur if an individual puts something out there and it creates some incident which then brings bad light to the company. That company is going to suffer. So even though there may not be a specific law that applies and says, look, you can't do X, Y, and Z, a company should still put things in place to sort of guide and instruct employees, not to tell them what not to say, but just to give certain standards by which they are expected to abide by.
If I may, what happened was there was a chat. There was a chat that people was on. But what happened is Digicel, sorry, I shouldn't have named the company, but the company didn't have any checks and balances. So it seems as if nobody was monitoring it to see if like maybe private information was being shared, people were being targeted, that kind of thing. So not from an employee perspective, but from a more maybe public platform perspective, which is why I use the example of Facebook now having moderators to now check what it's on. And then, you know, because if you notice now, you get put in quote unquote cyber jail if you post something on Facebook that is not within community standards.
Yeah, I mean, at the risk of, I don't want to give legal advice on an issue that I don't know all of the facts of, but I would just say companies should definitely give guidance to their employees generally on the type of conduct expected from them.
Okay, so in a sense, it's saying the companies and the employees, the originators, should actually abide by certain principles, even though there may be a case to be made for a moderator on the provider side. Okay, and that can lead to a bigger discussion, but we're running close to the end of our time for this session, and we have two more hands up. Rodney, your hand has been up for a while, so let's hear from you. And then we'll hear from Relon, and then we'll wrap up this session. So we'll allow the other session to proceed on time. So Rodney, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you to the panel. Thank you for answering the question I had earlier on the metaverse and non-fungible tokens. And part of that idea actually came up whilst this panel was going on this morning. So I was kind of hoping that as a Caribbean region, we can change the direction in which, or the conversation around this whole concept of metaverse and non-fungible tokens and crypto, and like the blockchain and cryptocurrency, because I was thinking that instead of using it the way in some of these larger jurisdictions use it, where they use it for like in the instance of non-fungible tokens, they use it for images and pictures and artwork. I was kind of thinking that we could use that to build our own platform within the region that will help us identify property ownership, help us to identify qualifications, validate qualifications. So we flip the perspective in the opposite direction. You're now taking these physical assets and we're building something sort of like this public ledger blockchain type of platform, where it would be difficult for someone to then defraud other people from ownership or claim that they have qualifications that they don't have, because it will be publicly verifiable, whilst building into the system concepts that will address privacy issues and security issues so that we can be tailor-made for us. And I think that what has happened over the years is that, for instance, non-fungible tokens is doing to the underlying technology what cryptocurrency did to blockchain. Where you hear blockchain and everybody automatically thinks it's a cryptocurrency, but it's generally just a public ledger that uses cryptography to enforce security and to ensure that like you literally expose fraud. Anybody tries to commit fraud, it's easily identifiable because everyone knows what everybody has. So I was kind of thinking along that line when I had asked the question, and I thank you guys for answering that. And just to touch on the last question Tara asked there about the communication chat, to address that, it would depend very heavily upon how the chat was developed. If it was something like WhatsApp that's end-to-end encrypted, then you would tend to find that the company would not be able to implement a moderator to address it, even though it's public-facing, because they wouldn't see the communication that's happening within the chat or amongst two people who's communicating. But if there isn't end-to-end encryption, then the company can enforce a moderator. So I guess that might help, to address that. So thank you very much.
Well, thanks for your comments, Rodney. And let's quickly move on to Relon so we could actually get to the stage of wrapping up this session. Sorry to hustle along to the end here, but we are running out of time, and anytime there are comments made, it actually spawns up a number of other questions. So Relon, to quickly indicate what your question is.
Hi, good day and good morning to everyone. I just wanted to add to...
Relon, we're not hearing you.
Hello?
You're very soft.
You hear me clearly now?
Barely.
You hear me clearly now?
Better, yes. A little better. But go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to add to the comment with regards to the communication, especially within, I think more awareness needs to be brought towards what is being done. This whole trust into technology with COVID, we had a lot of companies, whether it be financial institutions, government institutions, using technologies like Zoom, Team Meet, Google Hangouts to host their meetings, whether it be board meetings, and no real thought or idea as to what data is collected or who has access to these private meetings when it is that they are conducted. I think that with regards to data privacy, things like these need to be brought to the forefront and be considered more anytime we think about utilizing a service that is not has some kind of freedom, or as the speaker earlier said, if the product is free, you are the product. So especially with these government or financial institutions, we need to be a bit more aware, as well as individual users, students and children as well, need to be more aware of who has access to these types of communication and how it is being utilized when it is that we are done with them.
Kira, let me ask you, can you quickly respond to that? Because one of the things you had mentioned before is that legislation already exists to protect in a number of areas. And this sounds like one of the areas. Kira?
Yeah, I'm sorry, can you just repeat the last question? Just the last bit of the question. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, the last bit was just building upon what you said about these Google meetings and Zoom meetings and so on. really, how is our data protected? Bearing in mind that a lot of information is provided online, a lot of communication is taking place online. Who is really responsible for the data protection, and what data protection exists for all this type of communication?
And this is what you wanted me to address?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, just a quick comment.
Right. Well, in terms of any country, including Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean, as we know, we do have for Trinidad and Tobago, we have a partially proclaimed Data Protection Act, which do set out at least the obligation to follow the data protection principles. And I think that is also something that a lot of people are not aware of. So one, in the absence of a full regime, it's a bit tricky. So therefore one has to do, as Mukta had said, use common sense and look at best practices, so that if you are holding something, you as the host, as you know, even we signed agreements for this event, you are the one who is responsible for holding persons' data and for the data security of whatever meeting that you are having.
Okay, folks, unfortunately, we are into expired time, into overtime, and if you all watched the Brazil-Ecuador match yesterday, after the first half, there were 10 minutes extra time. I don't think we have as much as 10 minutes. So I'm going to ask the panelists to quickly make a final comment, no more than a few seconds, and then I'll wrap up and we progress to the other activities. So let's start with you, Grace. Quick wrap up.
Right. So my final comment is related to the final question, actually. What do you do in the interim? What do you do without these laws being fully in place? Everybody should be able to Google DPIA, Data Protection Impact Assessment. And I think if we speak to a data consultant, data protection consultant or otherwise, learn what that is and start doing it even without the laws in place. And that will take you a far way. Just Google that and speak to someone about how to do that, about every activity that you think is going to compromise someone's data. Start. Great.
Mukta?
Thanks. My closing comments would be for everybody to just be very mindful of the data you share. If I ask you to unlock your phone and give it to somebody sitting behind you, you're not going to do it. But yet, this is basically what people do when they sign up for free services and they sign up for free apps and so on, just to get a free product. But they don't know where the data is going and they don't know who it's going to be transferred onto and so on. So just be very mindful of the data that you're giving away and the data that you post publicly, because once the genie is out, you can't put it back. Thank you.
Okay. Rishi?
Yeah, I think data is everybody's business. Everybody's somehow transferring personal data on the internet daily. Know your rights, know your obligations, be able to trust. I always come at it from a trust framework point of view. You have to trust who you're doing business with and trust that they will deal with your data properly. Even if there are no overarching laws in your country, there are standards that exist. There's GDPR, which is considered international best practice. From an information management perspective, there are now ISO 27701 standards that deals with personal information management systems. Know what exists out there. Talk to your lawyers or data protection professionals who can guide you in dealing with personal data, because it's everybody's business.
Okay, and Tira?
Thank you. I will just build on what Grace says as well. We have to be aware, even though we may not have all the laws, we still do have some laws, particularly every country except I believe Guyana and Cuba now in the Caribbean has the Electronic Transactions Act. Be cognizant of that and be able to utilize, especially in this pandemic, the environment that we have now, be able to utilize it. We can do e-payments, we can do e-signatures, we can conclude contracts virtually, and that I want persons to be reassured of that. Certificates can be issued electronically just as everywhere else. In terms of data, also remember, even if you may not have national laws or full national laws, especially when it comes to data that's being transferred across borders. Suppose, say, like health data or climate data is transferred on a daily basis to WHO, to WMO, to other international agencies. Remember that you are bound by the agreements and that or the other laws of those agencies or the countries in which you are working on. So you also have to be cognizant of that. Thank you.
Good. Well, I mean, this has been an extremely informative session. I've actually learned a lot from the panelists here, and I have to thank the panelists for all contributing greatly to the session. Your different backgrounds and so on have all given us a broad perspective. And the usual thing, in fact, the sign of a good panel is that it has raised more questions than answers, and there are lots of questions in this area. So thanks very much to all of the panelists, and thanks to George as our co-host who was monitoring the questions in the chat. And let me make a plug here for CTU. Nigel Kashmiri posted that CTU and the government of Barbados is hosting a webinar on Monday, the 31st, on the metaverse. So you all can actually Google and get some more information on that if you want to actually really avail yourself of that webinar. Thank you very much, panelists. I can't say, words can't say how actually wonderful the session was and how you all as panelists have taken something that could be complicated and actually made it understandable to the participants outside there, and people like myself who come from the old school and the very much paper-driven type of environment to understand the implications of the internet and the law in our world today. So thank you very much. Wonderful session, and we look forward to having ongoing dialogue with you all and with participants to actually ensure people understand how the law relates to the internet and vice versa. Thank you very much. Over to you, Denise. If I remember correctly, we have a brief break. Now it's going to be about no more than 5 minutes while the other panel sets up. So folks, you have a 5-minute break. We reconvene at 10:15 a.m.
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Ajmal Nazir. I'm one of the directors, and I'm going to be the moderator for this final panel. So we'll just give another 30 seconds so that everybody can get back to their seats, and then we'll start. So while we're just waiting for these quick 30 seconds, can I just do a quick sound check from our panelists? Master Maurice Lane, can you hear us?
I'm hearing you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. And Anthony?
I'm hearing you loud and clear. Trust that you're hearing me.
Excellent. Yes, I can hear you. And finally, Candice?
I'm hearing you loud and clear. Hearing me?
Excellent.
Okay, great.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Okay, so with that, let's get started. So once again, good morning, everyone, panelists and the audience, fellow directors. Welcome to the fourth and the last panel discussion for TTIGF 2022. Sorry, 2022. It's been an action-packed forum, and this panel will be no different. We will be exploring the exciting and timely topic of digital transformation. And to assist me, I'm joined with an esteemed panel of individuals covering a broad spectrum of views and expertise. Before we get into the meat of the matter, I would like to start off by introducing my fellow panelists. So first, we have Anthony Watkins. Anthony Watkins is the CEO and principal consultant of Odyssey Consult, Inc. Limited, a premier human resource and organizational development consultancy in the Caribbean. He has been actively involved in public and private sector organizational transformation and development throughout the region since the early 1990s. After graduating from the University of Toronto with a Bachelor's of Arts in Psychology and Sociology, he worked in the fields of social pathology and correctional services in Canada, and later in education on returning to Trinidad. A founding and honorary life member of the Human Resource Management Association of Trinidad and Tobago, HRMATT, he is currently chairman of the Community Recovery Committee and has served as a member of the Caribbean Leadership Project Delivery Team, the task force for establishment of the National Statistical Institute of Trinidad and Tobago, and on numerous board of directors. In 2020, he was conferred as the Honorary Doctorate of Laws by the University of Trinidad and Tobago and was awarded a Public Service Medal of Merit, Gold, in 2019. As an OD consultant with over 30 years experience, his areas of specialization include organizational change and transformation, visioning and strategic planning, leadership development, team building, and expert process facilitation. His life work as an author, renowned keynote speaker, and his service to organizations and community-based initiatives are rooted in a commitment to enriching our region and the lives of our people. Pleasure to have you here, Anthony. Next, we have Candice Transco. Candice is a serial entrepreneur having 13 years of experience in business leadership and development, focused on innovation, creative strategic vision, and driving high impact technical teams to consensus and delivery. She also holds the position of Director of OOS Global and OOS Cybersecurity Limited, overseeing and managing product design and development of software applications and security teams in the Caribbean, US, and Eastern Europe. Recently, she joined the team of the FinRoute as CEO, a revolutionary fintech company in the Caribbean and the US, and in 2021 was appointed to the IGOV-TT Board of Directors. Candice specializes in virality, utilizing digital marketing analytics to monetize digital platforms. These skills and ability to test and analyze data bleeds seamlessly into a focus in product development and creating strategic visions that drive high impact technical teams to execution and delivery. She holds a BSc in International Business Management from the University of West Indies, Cave Hill, and has led a variety of mentorship programs with a total base of over 6,000 participants throughout the Caribbean. In 2015 alone, together with Royal Limited, she created a cohort of students between the ages of 12 and 19 to build 15 tech startups, all solving problems in their communities. Nice to have you, Candice. And finally, last but not least, we have Master Christiane Morris-Elaine. Master Christiane Morris-Elaine is the Court Executive Administrator of the Judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago. She is an attorney at law, fellow of the U.S. Institute of Court Management and Project Management Professionals, with well over 30 very active years in court management, court reform, and judicial reform planning, design and implementation in the region. She was the first court executive administrator of the judiciary.
Go play with yours.
She was also the first court executive administrator of the Caribbean Court of Justice, where she led a team in creating from scratch the processes, procedures, and systems for that also technologically advanced court. Master Morris-Elaine is respected as the foremost expert in case flow management in the Caribbean region and has provided advice and training on various reforms throughout the Caribbean and internationally. She is at present a member of the board of International Institute of Judicial Excellence and the cabinet appointed advisory committee on digital transformation. For her work, she was honored as one of the 50 most outstanding public servants in the 50 years of independence and was awarded the Chiconia Medal Silver. Welcome to the panel, Master Morris-Elaine. So having introduced our esteemed power panel, and I want to switch to the topic at hand, digital transformation. Digital transformation is increasingly been on the lips of many in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as in the region and internationally. The roadmap is long but exciting. As nations begin to achieve digital transformation and services move online, the citizens begin to see great benefits, accessibility increases, time is used more efficiently, individuals are empowered, and the cost of delivery comes down with many more benefits. To give you an example, recently I had to register a company in the UK. It was 2 a.m. and I logged in, chose the company name, filled in some director information and paid my £12. The process took me about 15 minutes to complete. 5 minutes later, I had the certificate of incorporation in my inbox. I was then able to take the certificate and upload it to a bank's website and make an application for a business account. The process took a little longer, but it was done in about 30 minutes. Within 24 hours, I had a bank account number, and I did this while I was outside the country. That is one personal example of digital transformation that I can share with you, but on a wider scale, the benefits of digital innovation are immense. It generates value for the individual, a business, and the society as a whole by creating jobs, saving lives, and reducing wastage. Trinidad and Tobago, as many other countries in the region and the world, are at crossroads. New technologies are being implemented, opening up opportunities to increase the economic growth, reduce inequality, such as wealth, education, services, etc., and promote inclusiveness. Once architected correctly, digital transformation can assist a country in achieving UN Sustainable Development Goals and supports the 3 pillars of 1, improving people's quality of life, 2, fostering equitable growth, and 3, protecting the environment. In a world where we are facing challenges of closing borders and widening gaps in terms of distribution of income, wealth, technological adoption, we have an important opportunity to shape digital transformation so that it saves us all. Some of the digital transformation technologies that can be seen are 3D printing, autonomous vehicles, predictive maintenance, remote healthcare, drones to create value for different industries and society more broadly. To give some further context, the United Kingdom is one of the most digitally ready countries in the world. It is estimated that the cumulative value of digital transformation to the UK economy Combining benefits to both industry and wider society will be more than 1 trillion over the next decade. Analysis suggests that just 6 digital initiatives could unlock $335 billion of value for industry and society in the same period. This represents approximately 13% of the national current GDP. One more example is that 93% of the Danish population are online regularly. Just 4 digital initiatives could unlock 54 billion for the business and wider society over the next decade, equivalent to around 20% of the country's GDP. So hence, there is a huge opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago in the sphere of digital transformation. Now, bringing this home, where are we in Trinidad and Tobago? How much infrastructure do we have already installed? Do we have the appropriate skill sets? And many more questions need to be asked. Yesterday, we had TAP present some interesting statistics showing that our internet penetration accessibility through fixed or mobile technologies is very high. Hence, we have everyone connected. The telecom infrastructure is mature and in place. Now we need to decide where to move our focus to. What next do we need to do to build, and how quickly can we achieve this? What is the responsibility of the government and the responsibilities of the private corporation and individuals? One thing is certain, the digital transformation waits for no one. The concept of OTT is continuing to expand. Your voice providers can be anywhere in the world, Skype, WhatsApp, Viber, that is an old conversation now. Your video entertainment provider can also be anywhere in the world, such as Netflix, Eros, or Amazon Prime being the big ones. You can purchase medical insurance and health cover online. International bank accounts are becoming available to more and more individuals around the world. More and more traditional banking services, such as transfers, payment systems, are moving into the internet cloud, and this trend will continue. Hence, it is imperative that we act, and our citizen users can seek out these services, and we act quickly so that our citizen users do not turn to the cloud to seek out these services. As the discussion takes shape, if our audience has any questions, please feel free to put them into the chat, and my fellow director and chair, Anita Sohan, will be assisting me in the Q&A session later on in this discussion. Now that the panel has been introduced and the scene being set, we will dive into with an opening question. And in answering the first question, I welcome the panelists to add any further remarks that they may wish to make that they feel would be relevant to our discussion. So question number 1, what has been an announcement of the state moving to the digital, there has been an announcement of the state moving to digital transformation. Are we getting there? Are we moving forward as a country? Are we where we should be? So for the first question, I'll start off with my top right, which is Anthony.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, and good morning to all present, my fellow colleagues on the panel and those who are present participating. Now, this announcement of digital transformation is a very interesting thing, because there was also an announcement of digital transformation this morning when I opened the newspaper. And for 149 people who work in a bank and for their families, digital transformation means that those 149 people are going home. Their families will also be impacted. The people who do business in the zone and the area close to that particular branch will be impacted. The suppliers of goods and services to those branches will be impacted. But some 4 years ago, when my father died, within a couple of weeks, I got a letter from TNTEC, the Electricity Commission, extending their sympathy and saying to me that they don't have accounts for people who have died, so they need me to come in and change the name on their account. Now, these are two very different experiences of what digitalization might mean, and we go to digital transformation. But what are we speaking about? And you know, I hear a number of words being used around it, and I think there's a need for us in this forum to recognize that we represent a special segment of the society with certain understandings of things, not always common or shared. And there's a whole mass of other people around us who may have very different interpretations of what we are speaking about. But what does this digital transformation mean? This is not a simple thing. It's complex, and it really means in a lot of ways changing the architecture, the culture, the national readiness for doing business on a global scale, and in some of the ways that Ajmal spoke to a little while ago. This is not easy to do, and it really requires functioning in very different zones. What is required from this? There's a need, first of all, to do some significant promoting of the transformation, defining it and promoting it. What is this thing? What is the problem that we are trying to solve? What are the results that we're trying to get? And what is the process for selling, promoting, infusing this thing into the character and the culture of this place that we call the Caribbean, in this case, Trinidad and Tobago and beyond. But even with that, as we begin to speak that and have some commonality around it, the question then is, how do we implement those changes? How are those changes implemented? And what will be the mechanics of that? Is this a private sector thing? Is it a public sector thing? Is it a joint issue? And there are challenges around the implementation. And as I will speak to a little later on, the question of facilitating that transition from where we are to where we are going to be. Are we ready? Are our governments ready? Are our businesses ready? Are our people ready for what is this thing that we call digital transformation? Question is, have we had the conversation about what digital transformation is and what it means? Who will benefit from it? As I say, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? What will it require of us as we move forward? Who will be left behind? And how do we support and help them through that process, which can be and will be significantly difficult. Let me leave those pieces with you to think about initially, hear from our other panelists on the issue, and I'm sure during the question period, we can get into some other aspects of what I tabled. Thank you, moderator.
Thanks, Anthony. And you're right. I mean, we do need to define what digital transformation is for us at this current time. And then as time goes by and as we evolve, those questions or that definition will also need to evolve. But for now, I'd like to hand it over to Candice for your thoughts.
Thank you. I want to agree with Anthony, when he spoke about where we need to be. And especially when you mentioned digital transformation, I immediately think about the ecosystem that needs to be there and ready before we start to think about the changes that need to be done. And so I often ask the question, who are we ready? Have we done the groundwork to facilitate the things that we want to put in place? And so the conversation usually goes about, when we talk about digital transformation or digitization, we look at the type of software that is being implemented, and it's almost like a brag about what software is being purchased. And quite often those materials or those tools that are being implemented to progress or to advance in some way or the other is usually outdated, proprietary in the terms of it is not open sourced. And so that is not a communal thing. It's not everyone partaking in the growth and the advancement of the technology. We have key persons, including students, that are excluded from this enhancement in technology. This is not a one-man show. It's not a one-organization show. It really does have to include everyone, including each facet of society. And so we see when changes take place, we see the repercussions that Anthony mentioned before, because things aren't set up really well in order for everyone to adapt to the changes that will take place. And I often urge persons to make sure that the ecosystem is set up nicely to support everything that's going to happen. And so for me, that's where my mind goes when we talk about digitization and progress. We have to make sure that the gaps that exist, we encourage technical education because there's a gap where technology is concerned. We have a lot of a cross section of our communities that are not serviced, and so they're underserved. And we can't ignore those people because they are part of our communities. They're part of Trinidad and Tobago. And so digitization and technology being implemented needs to be focused and needs to be understood in a cultural context. How does this impact our country culturally? And how do we as a country, not just consume technology, but actually create technology? It's not just about consuming. So that's where I'll pause for a moment. Thank you so much, Ajmal.
Right, thank you for that, Candace. And finally, Master Morselane, your thoughts? Master Morselane, I cannot hear you. I'm not sure if others can hear.
I'm so sorry, I forgot.
Oh, that's better. Yeah, we can hear you now.
I was caught in some of what Candace was saying there. First of all, good morning, and thank you for having me. Good morning to everyone. You're asking if we are where we should be. And the answer to that is no, we're not. But the thing is that the reasons may not necessarily be those that people presume. Digital transformation, as we know, is not really about the technology. The technology is, okay, it is what it is. But it's more about systems, processes, people, how we treat our people. To me, there's a whole question of a very large customer service issue here. And unfortunately, one of the things that we have to be honest about in our country with both the public sector and the private sector. Now, I'm coming from a public sector background, but as a user of the public sector, of the private sector, I think I can also say this. We are not strong on customer service. We tend not to look at the other side of the desk or the other side of the counter. And I think one of the problems that we have is that in digital transformation, it's a question of what side do we look at it from? It's extremely important. You spoke a moment ago, Asma, you spoke about yourself as a customer to the company's registry in the UK. That's what you did. In truth and in fact, unfortunately, I could say, I think in the public sector especially, we've lost sight of customer service. And we have to some extent as well in certain aspects of the private sector. It's also about, I think, how we treat our young people. We have young people who can contribute, and we don't accept their contribution. And it's one of the things that saddens me as one of those persons who really are on their way out. It's also about how we name persons as experts and ignore expertise and ideas from others. It's a cultural and sociological thing, both inside and outside of the public sector, both inside and outside of the private sector. I tend to look at things in terms of implementation. And one of the things that we have found, and we have done several things in the judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago, which is the organization that I am in. And why we have been able to be successful with those things is because we looked at each thing as a service, and we decided to meet people where they were. A little while ago, you spoke about, and Anthony did to some extent as well, about getting people ready and about the question of their readiness, their tools, etc. I venture to say that if we put our minds to it and we decide to meet the people where they are, and to implement accordingly, we will actually go a lot further. Anthony spoke to the question of communication, and I want to agree with him 100%. And these words, digital transformation, that we've been sort of bandying about, can mean very little to some of our customers, to a lot of our customers. But when they have to access a service, and that is how they see it, their interaction with either private sector business or with the public sector, and what kind of service delivery they get, how quickly can they get it done? Can they do it on their phone? All of those things are the things that will actually, I think, take us forward. Further to that, we tend to think about big things, and we tend to think about implementing in big things. And I think it's something that Candace spoke to a moment ago. One of the things that I found is that when we implement in smaller things, and then we build inductively instead of deductively, we get a lot further in a shorter period of time. So it's not a question of, I'm not saying don't think big. I'm saying you can think big. You have the large, you're seeing the future state, that large idea. But how do you bring the people and the organizations along with you? You do it in smaller increments that they can see and understand. Otherwise, to them, it's pie in the sky, it's words, it means very little. So this is basically what I think is extremely important. In the public sector, I mean, I'll tell you quite frankly, I am of the view that that we don't focus enough on process reengineering and process reform. And those are the elements that are necessary before we can start to talk about digitalization, etc. We have to deal with our processes, and our processes are archaic. So that's it, basically. Those are my thoughts on it.
Right. Thank you for that. The extremely thought-provoking comments there. And I want to stick on that topic because I do believe that the customer service is a key thing. I agree, technology is technology. It is what it is. It's a tools, it's a mean to an end. And what's the end? And I'm also in the digital space, helping out clients, watching how the markets evolve from an entrepreneur or commercial side. And when you look at large companies, they focus on their customer care or customer service, which has now been coined into a term that they constantly use, customer centricity. It's being part of the customer's lifestyle and having that intimate relationship, and the mobile apps and the web apps are being used to create those relationships along with the whole big data and knowing your customer intimately. And I want to share two examples. Recently, my wife purchased a car, and we had the unfortunate experience of trying to get that registered, and it was extremely painful. It took us 3 days and a lot of paperwork, a lot of running around, and it was frustrating enough for me to say to my wife, look, next time we're going to purchase a brand new car and let the dealer deal with this. And then at the same token, recently, my brother came to visit us, and he's got 2 small children, my nephews, they're below the age of 5. So when they came in, they did not have any vaccination. And at immigration, they told them that I think it was within 72 hours, they'll be contacted to make sure that the kids get PCR tests. Now, he asked me the process. I said, look, no one's going to call, nothing's going to happen. Within 48 hours, we got a call, and then it was followed up by 3 or 4 calls over the next couple of days. They booked us in for appointments and everything. And I was extremely impressed. And so was my brother, thinking that this is excellent customer service. Now, going back and sticking with the customer service, how do we improve it? In the private sector, it should be competition. In the public sector, where does that competition come? And in the private sector, is the competition working? What is it that we need to do to make customer centricity, customer care, customer service a differentiator to winning customers, so that the private sector and the public sector start putting more focus and investment in those areas? And I'll open to Candice. Let you go first on that one.
Oh, thank you. I'm really glad that you chose me, because you're up my alley, because what you're asking about, the term is product design. And that's my forte. I love that space, because you get to use technology in the truest form of the word. Technology is there to enhance the lives of people. And sometimes we forget that human element in solving problems using technology. That's what it's really there for. And so what we start with product is the problem and the needs that each community or organization has. And that leads us to solving a problem, and it creates these businesses to solve big problems. And so implementing and expressing and even having the interest in empathy and compassion to the problems that exist outside of ourselves, within those communities that we are not part of, but we can empathize and really connect with, we see a core need for technology, and technology now has purpose. And so product design is about getting requirements from stakeholders and the communities that you're willing to serve, and have instead of a top-down approach, instead of pushing technology and seeing what needs to be done, you have now a bottom-up approach. And so there's no need to even measure or test the market, because the market has now created this product. And this is here where we see this technological age versus the industrial age and its techniques. And so, and when doing that, you also create a pool, so to speak, of persons that can sustain this technology that you've now developed. And that's one of the things that we are lacking. One, we have not created the technology, and so it is not catered and tailored to us. And we've seen organizations come to Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean and failed, because it does not mesh well with how we do things, and that human element is missing. You just can't transplant something on us and expect it to work. And so it's not just, wow, we have this big technology, it's not like that. And in 2015, my company Royal Link, we did something similar. Our company is a private company, that's not a nonprofit, but we did a nonprofit thing. We went into the schools and we started sharing with the students tech entrepreneurship, which is what I talked about, which is creating solutions using technology and then forming a business. And in that cohort of persons that we got into a tech incubator, young students from 12 all the way to 19, we even had a 70-year-old in that cohort. So it's not about age, it's about understanding the problems that they had and solving them. And they too, out of that, we got 19 tech businesses that were solving problems specific to their peers and their community. And they are able to, with the skill set that they've created and gained, they were able to sustain that. And the question of who's going to sustain the technology is removed. We've created something that is unique to us, and that's product. And it's beautiful to see it creates its own ecosystem, very sustainable, and it's what we call like soft technology, but it's built by us for us. And that is how you get to sustain the technology, but also make sure that there's good service to the people, because you too are the people that it's serving.
Right. Thank you for that, Candice. And the same question for Master Morris-Elaine. Why are we not doing more in customer service, both in the private and public sector? I think your mic is off.
Yeah,
again.
I got it. Yes, I think it's partly cultural. Let's be honest about us as the people. Let's go back. Let's look at us. It's just not something that we do, not something that we do well. There's several reasons. Some are historical, and they're heavily cultural. Now, I think if we were to look at something that is quite germane to us, and it is something that I call the "that good man" syndrome, which really says we've done enough. That's good man. We say it all the time, that good man. And the point of the matter is that it's not. And we have to acknowledge that it's not. Also, it's a question of, and when I talk about the historical aspects, I don't think I have to go into them. I mean, they range as far back as slavery and indentureship and colonialism and the state of the banks before 1970 and the concept of the public service and how we transitioned from a colonial public service to a national public service, and the fact also of how our public service has grown, and the same thing as well with our private sector. Our private sector, unfortunately, does not invest in innovation enough. We don't. And, it can still be to some extent, and I'm surprised to see it, but Candice said it to some extent. And that is that there's a lot of, buy and sell. And buy, add a markup and sell. And it's even being done with technology. And so therefore we're not developing. And when we have technological solutions that come into our organizations in this way and are not suited to us, we end up actually losing money. And we need to recognize that for what it is. We end up losing time. We end up losing public trust and confidence. And these are extremely important, but so often we fail to recognize that that there's certain things about us that need to change. We are very comfortable in the concept of quote unquote stability, and we therefore interpret stability in certain odd ways. So for example, the form that we were using in 1965 is still the form that we're using now. And what has transpired, and I look, for example, I say this about the public sector. We have people who have become experts in knowing which form to use and how the form is to be completed. And this is what has developed them in their careers. So when you come now to try to say, but we're taking away that form, it produces absolute fear, because that is their concept of stability. So these are the types of things that we have to address. And something as well, and that is that our public sector has taken on, to quite an extent, a tone of you need us. This is something we're doing for you. And we do not see the people on the other side of the counter as customers. You know, not too long ago in chatting with a group of lawyers, and I made the point. I said, you know, if our legal and judicial systems are not working well enough for the people, there's competition, you know. And I think everybody looked at me as though I was absolutely crazy and said, but what do you mean there's no competition for justice? I said, of course there is. There are gangs, right? There are private bailiff entities. There are all sorts of competitions for quote unquote justice. But our entire public sector believes that there's no competition for it. Let's face it, there's competition all the way around. Worldwide, for example, the post office failed to move quickly and failed to meet customer needs. So what happened? We have fax, we have DHL, we have FedEx, we have all of those things, and you have the post office trying to play catch up. And that's a reality. And so we need, as people, to understand these things. I look at the private sector as well, and I'm looking at something right now. And because a lot of our customers, the judiciary's customers, are people who are unbanked or unbankable. You hear that term? Unbankable. They cannot open a bank account because they do not have what the bank requires for them to open a bank account. Now, when we stop and we think about a few things, number one, service delivery to these people, and we don't take them into account, we are going to have problems. Aside from that, what is going to happen, and we probably have already seen it start to happen, is more external, should I call it that, banking systems of all types. So it's about thinking about our customers, all of our customers. Our banks just can't look at our customers, and our entire society just can't look at our customers who have stable and sufficient incomes, et cetera, et cetera. It's just across the board. We have to sit and think about this very differently as a country. And we have to acknowledge the existence within our society of persons of all strata. We're not good at that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can just hear all the cryptocurrency evangelists shouting and saying we have the solution for the unbankable. You also seem to have got some cheerleaders in the audience. So absolutely, I think you've resonated with some of your thoughts, and I'd like to bring in Anthony to share your thoughts, and maybe also take that concept and compare Trinidad and its culture for change in with the wider Caribbean. Some of the Caribbean countries, the two ones that I keep hearing about are Jamaica and Barbados. So customer service and Caribbean.
Okay, so let me, and I think, you know, Marcelin has really touched on a wide range of things, but I want to go back and take a couple of things that were said earlier, which really for me sort of frame the perspective in which we need to look at this. And it was the question of the big picture and doing things on the ground. And what came to mind, of course, and this is a hugely generational, you know, image, is the question of a jigsaw puzzle. We struggle on a day-to-day basis. What people do is juggle their pieces and try to fit things together. But in the absence of the picture on the cover of the box, that could become very frustrating and sometimes meaningless. Of course, looking at the picture alone is not going to get you to put those pieces together. So there almost has to be a widening of our perspective and our capacity to have the big picture in the back of our minds, even as we come back on a daily basis to do the things, knowing that these pieces that we're putting together here really are part of a greater whole. And that's one piece of it. The other thing is, of course, where we stand. And I think there have been allusions to that and the notion of perspective. So we talk about trying to solve a problem. The question, though, is what is the problem we're trying to solve and whose problem is it? Is digital transformation for a private sector owner or business leader? What is that person's problem as they move to digitalization? Is it reducing my wage bill? Is it reducing inventory? Is it efficiency in that? Or is it about better service to the customer? And we know what that answer will probably be. The person who is at the front desk in an organization, as they do things, what is their problem? Is their problem the fact that this customer, this member of the public has traveled in and come to a particular place, gone through a process to come here for this? Or is the public servant's problem, or the person who's providing the service at the front line, is the problem that they're trying to solve is how do I get through this interaction by expending the minimal amount of energy? And I just tell you, I'll go over and use that kiosk over there. I mean, whose problem? There are so many different problems that are part of this. And sometimes we think that we're working on the same problem, but so often we are not. And I think that is part of, you know, in any engagement, the person who comes in has a problem. The person who's providing the service wants to solve a problem. And those problems are often not the same problem. Okay, and I think that is a conversation we need to have. What is the issue trying to resolve? What's the future state we're trying to create? And if I may, just in terms of the question of the private sector, and again, Marcelin spoke to that a little bit. We've come out of the same historical, social, and cultural house. We live in different rooms. Some people on the top floor, some in the middle floor, some in the basement, you know, but we're really in a different kind of place. And really it is that while we're in the same space, we are not in the same space. We really are looking at things quite differently. I mean, in terms of the regional issue, there are, and we could think, for example, of countries which may be a little more conservative than we are, of course, different sizes, and with a different history. We are often lulled into the notion that in the Caribbean, we've had the same history. We have not. The Trinidad and Tobago history of slavery and indentureship is very different from Barbados, which has extended, and in Jamaica, again, even more complex with so many of these things that would have disrupted what would have been the status quo. I think that there have been issues around nationalism, which have promoted a sense of a collective shared view of what the issue is. And it's quite possible that those may reside more sort of overtly in Jamaica and in Barbados than they do in a Trinidad and Tobago setting. The question of size, for example, I mean, the ability in a Barbados, for example, to wrap your arms around the problem in terms of scale and scope may be a little more manageable. And I guess with 30-0, it might be even a little more manageable now, you know, to be able to do some things that need to be done. In other societies, certainly in Trinidad and Tobago, much more divided, much more complex, and with a greater sense of contending views. What might it require? and I think sometimes the contending views are not just on the ethnic issue. There are, of course, interests and economic issues, and even within the economics, different sectors that contending. I want to just place this here, as you know, and I know we're coming to the end of the session, that what this may require is what I refer to as a Mandela moment. With a Mandela moment. Do we go back to our reflex, consistent historical responses, or do we, in a time like this, do what is counterintuitive and begin the conversation that takes us to a very different place? And I'd want to suggest that that is where we need to go. So let me close with that. Thank you.
Right, thanks for that. Same, I'd like to bring in Candice to see your thoughts when we're comparing to see what's going on in the wider Caribbean.
Yeah, I think Anthony touched on a really good point of nationalism. I would phrase it patriotism, that love for your country and the need to see it progress. And he also asked about how do we see what the problems are? And it ties into a question that you asked about, Ajmal. You asked about how are we going to know our customers personally? And I think this is a really nice place where technology can help. So for example, data, we talk about data all along today and yesterday, but I want to speak specifically to insights, which is the results of data and not just raw data. We see a lot of claims about big data in the country right now. And I want to just say that it's a bit wide. You can't really brag about having this large sum of data if the data is stagnant, is static, and it's not being used for insights. The insights is what give businesses the opportunity to see problems and find solutions and create those solutions. And yes, the conversation around big data is good, and the conversation in general is productive. However, understanding the need to share information is important. And so I just wanna touch on that big data for a moment. The big data term, it's historically known for having this large and hard to manage amount of daily data. With our 1.4 million people in Trinidad and Tobago, if we are to have daily transactions, every single one of us, daily transactions every day for several times within one day, we still would not reach that term big data. Right? But it's not just about the amount or the type of data, but it's what the organizations do with it, and not just private organizations, but what government agencies do with that data and create those insights so that we can now understand which demographic has the problem and how can we, in a timely manner, solve those problems, because timeliness, the velocity of data is important. If you have that data and a specific data set for one point in time, it is no longer relevant to now. So the size, the type, the velocity, and also are all important, to grow, to cultivate innovation, and making sure that those data streams go into business on a timely manner. Unfortunately, the procurement process for government agencies does not allow for this. It takes too long for one decision to be made. And so ultimately, the key elements of that big data that would lead to insights, that would lead to highlighting the problems and then the solution is not there. So that's where I see private sector really coming in and using the data, using insights to create solutions, and understanding customers personally and crafting the solutions for those things. And so one more thing I want to add, the sharing of information. So Master Christian talked about the underserved or the unbankable. If we have the information public, just simple information about how do you register, how do you create a bank account, how do you sign up for your first bank account. Simple information like that in an open space really does solve those problems. And we might think the problems aren't being solved, but I want to share that there are young people currently solving those problems. For example, The Mill, a drop shipping company here in Trinidad run by teenagers. Kai Milad, he is a 7-year-old sharing information about STEM. He's 7 years old and he just gives information in history and science and technology, everything maths. Amazing. And there are so much more like them that are creating these solutions. And so we are well on our way. And I'm very, very much confident in what's going to happen soon.
Right. Thanks for that, Candice. And I totally agree that the big data concept hasn't hit us. There was one of the panels yesterday, they highlighted that it's difficult to get data sets in the Caribbean or in Trinidad. People or institutions are reserved to give out the data, and it's needed, especially when you're looking at technologies such as machine learning and AI. We need that data sets to train the models. But I'm going to bring in Master Elaine, and I'm going to add in a bit more to the question, which was compare the Caribbean, see how we fare with the Caribbean, and then skill set. I mean, to achieve all of this, we need a skill set. There's the user skill set. Can the users use the technology and the services? And do we have skill set for the developers to actually roll out and support these services? Is the local skill set sufficient? And are we doing enough?
Okay, first of all, let me look at that in two questions. One is that of the other countries in the region. I think I've done a lot of work throughout this region. And one of the things that I find is that there are several things that we do better than others, and there are certain things that they do better than us. Anthony said something that was extremely important, and that has to do with size and organization, and also who is expected to access services. You know, and that works through with a lot of the things that we have. For example, the wear and tear on our hospitals as opposed to the wear and tear on Barbados Hospital. You know, you're looking at something completely different. And oftentimes I hear people say, you know, well, why we can't have our hospital like Barbados Hospital? But it's because the wear and tear is very different. So there are several things that we have to take into account like that. You know, one of the things though too is that we still have the headspace, the old colonial headspace that everything foreign is better. And we have even now translated that to everything outside of Trinidad and Tobago, even in the other parts of the region, better. And you know, and we tend to hold to that. It's again, it's something in our culture, I think, where we, for example, and unlike my friends in Jamaica who will tell you that Jamaica is the greatest place on the face of the earth and does everything wonderfully. And, you know, as Candice said, it's a question of patriotism, yes, but Trinidadians will not tell you that. And there are a lot of things that Trinidad and Tobago is doing and does at a world-class level. But we don't believe it. I will stand right here and say very proudly that the judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago, in terms of its technological solutions and in terms of, for example, how quickly it was able to pivot and how it has been able to handle the pandemic, is among the leaders in the world. And I'm not saying that just off my hat, because I talk to all our other judiciaries all the time. But you will still hear everyone down crying Trinidad and Tobago. And Trinidad and Tobago judiciary and what it's doing and talking about, well, why we can't be like such and such, not knowing that such and such not even doing what we do it. But there's just a presumption that somehow if it's foreign, it better, right? And that's one of the unfortunate things about us. I'm a devout regionalist, and I firmly believe in a CARICOM single market and economy. I firmly believe in sharing, and I think I have walked that road in my career all the way through. And I learn from some of my Caribbean colleagues, and some of my Caribbean colleagues learn from me. And that's just a fact. That's how it is. So the compare and contrast really needs to cool it a little bit, you know, in favor of the sharing. On the question of the local skill set and what it's like, I think we have a problem. It's not about sufficiency. I think it's about need and matching what we teach with what we need. We also, and this is so unfortunate, we turn a blind eye to the unlettered. We still look to papers. So, you know, it was interesting. Chief Justice Archie in his last opening of the law term address made the point. He said, we're not looking at competency. So for example, I couldn't in the public service hire Bill Gates as an IT tech. You know, and when you stop and you think about that, and you think therefore about what we lose because we turned a blind eye to the unlettered, that is an extremely, extremely sad thing. It's very hard, for example, in our society for, I hate this term, but this is the term that is still used, for an idiot savant to get a place in the public sector because it may be very difficult for them to become lettered. But are they possibly absolutely fantastic developer? Quite possibly, because that is their autistic strength. But we have no space for them. And the private sector really doesn't see them either, because our private sector is done in such a way that it can be a little incestuous, you know. And it's something that really needs to be addressed. Also, I have a real bee in my bonnet about innovation and the space to innovate, and giving people and giving young people especially that space to innovate. We hire people and we give them tiny little boxes in which they must function, and they mustn't step out of that box. We don't want their ideas because they're not coming from the persons we have deemed in the society to be the experts. So we're not listening to them. And this is their world. We can only see a particular horizon, and they see a much further horizon, something that we cannot imagine. But yet we want to hold on to it, and we want to stick them in a box, and we want to fetter them. And that troubles me. Look at schools, for example. Are we teaching our kids to code? You know, are we letting them free? You know, I mean, somebody said to me the other day when I said, I was there at a hackathon, and they said, oh my God, a hackathon, But the point of the matter is that all of these things are necessary. You have to let them innovate. And in innovation, one of the things that is that you have to be able to fail fast and move on and try again. But again, we don't allow for that. You know, so it's a whole different headspace in terms of how we look at the skill set. And of course, the other thing that's a bee in my bonnet is that we send a lot of our young people away to study. And I look at some of them and they're doing some fantastic things, but there's no space for them here. And not because there isn't a need, but because of the fact that we won't allow them to contribute to the extent to which they can contribute, you know? So it's something that I see over and over and over again. And again, it is something that is cultural, but now in this digital age where we need innovation and we need things fast, and we need to be able to come up with ideas and to change things fast and to do all of these things, it is felt much more even than it was in the past. And you know, it's as I said, it's one of the things, I'm sorry, it's really a bee in my bonnet. Change our education, definitely change our approach. What we have done with a lot of IT education in the country is that we have trained users. We haven't trained innovators. We haven't trained enough developers. We also have not encouraged our children to be process thinkers. And these things are the things that are exceedingly necessary for us to go forward. There's something I wanted to comment on, and Candice was talking about big data. And it's more than just, it's something, it's a little akin to it. And it harkens back again, unfortunately, to a private sector and to that same dogged approach. And it is that our private sector has been able to do quite well without much R&D and without much innovation. So there's to some extent a thinking that, well, we're doing well enough. But as contributors, as active contributors to the well-being of the country and the well-being of society, are we doing enough? You know, so I put that out there. And I'm sorry if this sounds heartfelt, but it is. It really, really, you know, irritates me. I make no bones about it.
No, I can personally say that I agree, and some of the stuff that you spoke about I resonated with from personal experiences with when it comes to experts or what people believe or who people believe are experts. Education, totally agree with you, and the whole discussion of education globally is up for discussion and it's under review. There was some intense discussions yesterday on that, and I think there's a lot of activity even in Trinidad going on in that. Just before I bring in Anthony, because I know this is a bit of your forte, I just want to say that we are in the Q&A, but I'm speaking to my colleague, and I think we're not getting many questions, or we haven't got any questions from the audience. We've got a lot of comments that are supporting a lot of the stuff that is being said, which is great. But I would just like to say in the audience that, you know, we've got the panelists here. If there's anything that you want to ask, feel free to fire those questions and we can put them forward. It's an opportunity. Also, I've been seeing those numbers of our participants and audience increasing. I'd like to say that it's gone viral, that this panel is hot and very informative, but I also am aware that after us, we have a special guest. So, but I'd like to take some of the kudos for pumping up those numbers. Now with that, I'm going to bring you in, Anthony. Research, transformation, getting whole culture change. What are your thoughts?
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I mean, really, and just to piggyback on what Master Allen said there, the question, whose problem are we trying to solve? Am I trying to solve a profitability problem, a service problem, or am I contributing to national development? Is that what the problem is? Is it about service to a particular sector in the community? And so often, a lot of those things are not being addressed. But really, the question of the culture piece is a deep and abiding one. What do we believe about ourselves as we stand in our respective places, politicians, government, private sector, user, public servant? What do we believe about ourselves? What do we believe about the space in which we live? What would we like to see? What assumptions do we make about what the future will be? And those are not the kinds of issues around which we have conversations. We tend not to do that at all. And as we kind of look at those things, we ask, how does that begin? And I'd want to say that part of it, in a sense, the skill set that prompts and energizes some of that really is in terms of leadership. And I am not speaking here about headship. I'm not talking about position power. I'm talking about the ability to influence conversations, to mobilize, to prompt discussion, to challenge people to think, so that when a Candice talks about some of these young people doing things, that's a leadership piece in terms of us standing in another place and seeing things from another perspective. When a student has to come back to Trinidad, whose problem am I trying to solve as I sit as a senior officer in the public service? Is it where do I fit this person? How do I manage my budget? Is it how do I maintain the status quo? Or is it how does the country benefit from the skills and the experiences that this person potentially can bring? You know, and it is those kinds of things that really require us in places of influence, and many of us influence in our own ways and in our own spaces. How do we do that? How do we include people in the conversation? How do we hear what people have to say about what the situation is? We are trying to solve a problem, but for whom? And what are their views on it? I think the other piece around, well, culture and the skill set is really not so much the schooling and the qualification that Master Allen referred to, but issues of character. Do we have the kind of, among us and the people who will be part of this process, the kind of robustness and resilience that's required? This is not easy work. And are we prepared to take some of the blows? At the same time, are we prepared to be humble enough and empathetic enough and patient enough to listen? So the issue of character and attributes are also vital elements of the space, which allow some of the listening, some of the questioning, some of the conversations and the resolution to take place. But that does not come from a place of power and authority and this is what I say and this is what I decide the problem is. The other piece, of course, is the question of transformation and transformation in terms of, yes, how do we help people to move and shift? How do we do the operational things? And I know earlier there was a comment about business processes and software and that kind of thing. So there are some operational things. But what is the culture? What is the ethos of this place that we are trying to create? What are we, what's the ooze and the air in which we want to live? What do we want to breathe? What do we want to exude as a place that people will experience as a Trinidad and Tobago, as a Caribbean? And of course, along with that is the digital and the technical competence. But I think the question of engagement, inclusion, and communication, not from the place necessarily of broadcasting, but from the place of receiving, listening, respectful listening, and tuning into what people might be saying to us, about identifying people's needs, about listening to some of the silence, which, if not listened to, erupts in very noisy ways across the society. What are we doing? And to me, those are the kinds of things that have to be present in who we are, in what we do, how we lead, how we influence, and how we execute and contribute to this process of the digital transformation. Is not IT stuff, but it is that other side, the complementary side of the human, the character, and the culture that really provides the soil that will give birth and growth to this thing, but that will also benefit from who we become as we move into the future.
Right, thank you for that. Totally agree once again. And just before I bring in Candice to share your thoughts, I'm going to add in a question from the audience, which is in line on this topic that we're discussing. And it came in from YouTube by Daniel Smith. What is the recommendation to push innovation and build for our unique societal needs?
Okay, thank you. Beautiful question. And it really does touch on a lot of what was said before, but specifically, what I believe is necessary is a space, a safe space for individuals, young and old, who are curious and willing to try and fail. If we don't have that space, that safe space where people can try new things and innovate, then we would not have lots of persons testing and trying. That is one very essential part of tech entrepreneurship. I cannot explain and share how many times I have tried and failed. It's part of the process, it's part of the journey, and it is technology. Things will go wrong and it will fail, and it's how you get back there and go again. Now, if we as a institution overzealously regulate technology, we'd eradicate that safe space. And we end up, and this is what I think some of your bees came across in my bonnet, because that really irks me when we regulate things that don't even exist in our country. We're regulating technology that is not even there. And sometimes what we tend to do also is import the solutions developed by students who are Trinbagonians and persons from the Caribbean. These persons have developed this solution outside of the Caribbean, and then we import it back in. So there's no attempt to allow technical persons to create solutions here. And it is true, we have that Dutch syndrome where if it's not from here and we bring it in from outside, then we have done the better thing. And that is not the case. Give young people, give older persons, whoever it is, give them the opportunity and the chance to try and to build. We cannot just remain consumers of technology and boast and brag that we are technical when we are not. If you're not creating the technology, we're just consuming, and that's the bees there in my banner. And that really does tie into also our glorification of the talkers versus the doers. For technology in particular, you have to do it. You can't spend years in university all the way to PhD. All those years and those letters behind your name has now created this image that you are aware of what it is, but sadly, it's not an attribute to what you have done, especially for technology. In other spaces, I'm sure it's necessary, but you have to be able to do it. So that safe space is absolutely necessary. Highlight the people that are doing it, because we are doing it. We have the answers and we have what it takes. We have the skill set. We have a brain drain that is happening. The reason why other countries are taking our technical people is because we're good. So there's no question on our skill set. We're good. However, we are not acknowledged and highlighted in our own home, unfortunately. Ajmal, we can't hear you, sorry.
Sorry, I put myself on mute. But I was saying, I totally agree with you on the brain drain comment and the talented people that we have in Trinidad. And I see that we've got a flood of questions coming in. So what we'll do is, Anthony, I'm going to hit you with another question from someone else. And it is, from the private sector perspective, can you give a practical overview of what is needed to create an indigenous, innovative ecosystem, or what we can do to contribute from the ground level, especially in the light that our market is tiny, that we are seen as not important for the global big tech market?
Okay, so let me look at the first part of that. You know, in many cases, our organizations, private sector, have what we would call a CSR mandate, where they look at a corporate social responsibility and their programs, initiatives they go out and do in community. Might a CSR initiative or project be to establish a space in-house, and not necessarily physically in-house, but a space in which the same money that may be expended on an environmental or other social well-being kind of project be put into an innovation project, and really just have people sit, develop and test and play with different kinds of things and that becomes what your corporate social responsibility project is. Now, in doing that, one has to be careful as we set out to do that at the beginning. What are the issues around intellectual property? Who owns what is developed within that sort of incubator or experimental space? But I think easily what a company may choose to do is to set up something like that with guidelines in terms of, is it something related to the business? Is it related to one of their subsidiaries? Or is it something that they may want to develop and produce in concert with the people who've been in that incubator and sell that as a product or a service to other people who can use it? I think that's an immediate, simple one that can be set up. Of course, with the required background talk around all the legal issues of IP and so on.
Sorry, we're getting close to the end of our session. So I'm just gonna have the same question to Master Elaine, if you can quickly answer that question, and then we'll go into the closing remarks.
Well, you know, to be very honest with you, I think Anthony answered it. It's really it's first of all a recognition of the importance of it, and it's simply about making the decision and getting it done. It's really not that hard. And I think that's the problem. It's just not that hard. Sometimes, you know, in the complicated things we excel, but the simple things tend to mystify us. So to me, it's just one of those things, you just do it.
Excellent, thanks. So at this stage, I'm going to say, look, we're going to start to wrap up. We've still got a few more minutes. I want to first thank all the panelists for giving us a lot of informative and educational material and thoughts to think about. Before we end, I'd like to give each one of you 30 to 60 seconds to share your thoughts on what is one key or the most important thing that you think is needed to push forward with the digital transformation in Trinidad and Tobago. And we'll start with Anthony. You can go first.
Yeah, I think if I go back to my jigsaw puzzle, what is the problem we're trying to solve? What is the future we're trying to create? And to have wide-ranging conversations on that, understanding that it is not one problem that we're trying to solve. There are multiple problems, and that each of those solutions needs to be a part of what we will end up with, or what we are moving towards. That requires a certain kind of leadership and influence. It requires some humility, it requires some character, some openness, and a willingness to believe in ourselves and our ability to deeply transform who we are, and what our future can be.
Absolutely, thanks. And the same question to Candice. So, your thoughts?
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be part of this esteemed panel. Just want to say that it's been a pleasure. And my last few thoughts and my last few statements would be for the listeners to make sure that if you're interested in innovating and creating what is next for the future of the space that you occupy, whatever island that you're on, make sure that you're focusing and you're looking at the problems that exist around you and outside of yourself to create those solutions, the empathy and the compassion, the human element of technology needs to remain, needs to be highlighted, because you are solving something that is, or your solution is for someone just like you or someone that you've considered. It is to ease the life of everyone around you and your market. And so we can't ignore that one part. It's really important in the whole grand scheme of things, especially in technology. So stay curious, stay looking at the problems, stay creating. And for institutions, my few words would be to allow persons to innovate, create that safe space, and make sure that, we're not overzealously regulating. Collaborate with the private sector, that is for government, collaborate with the private sector and fund startups. Make sure that everyone is included. It's not a one-man game. We need that type of collaboration to even go forward. So those are my thoughts. Those are my last comments. Thank you so much.
Thanks for that, and curiosity, totally agree with you there. And finally, Master Elaine, your thoughts on one thing that you think is important?
Put our people first. Support. Do not hinder. Do not block. Recognize our value and our worth. When it comes to implementation, take on a can-do attitude. Stop looking at why things can't be done, and instead look at how to get them done. And also remember that in this, it's better to be 85% correct and on time than 100% correct and you're running up the rear. We can start with 85% correct and we could build from there. And also dare to dream. Dare to dream about what we can be, what this country can look like, how we can handle our services. Dare to dream.
Excellent. So thank you for that, dare to dream. Now with that, I'm going to end this panel. And once again, I'm going to say thank you to everyone. I think we've done a good job in driving up those numbers for our next guest. So I'd like to stop here and then go into introducing our next guest to give some remarks. So panelists, thank you very much. Okay, so while Demise is just sorting out things in the background, I've got the honor of introducing our next guest, who was with us yesterday as well. It would have been Tracy Hackshaw, one of our other co-directors, that would have done the introduction. However, he's busy working extremely hard out in Europe and is in a meeting which he couldn't get out of. So I have the excited honor of doing this introduction for Vint Cerf. Widely known as the father of internet, Cerf is the co-designer of the TCP/IP protocol and architecture of the internet. For me, who is someone that's very technical and spent a lot of my networking life dealing with TCP/IP, it truly is an honor. In December 1997, President Bill Clinton presented the US National Medal of Technology to Cerf and his colleague Robert E. Kahn for founding and developing the internet. In 2004, Cerf was the recipient of the ACN Alan M. Turing Award, sometimes called the Nobel Prize of Computer Science. And in 2005, he was given the Presidential Medal of Freedom by President George Bush. Cerf began his work at the United States Department of Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, the home of the internet, playing a key role in leading the development of the internet and internet-related data packets and security technologies. Since 2005, he has served as Vice President and Chief Internet Evangelist for Google. In this role, he is responsible for identifying new enabling technologies to support and development of advanced internet-based products and services. He is also an active public face for Google in the internet world. He also served from 2000 to 2007 as chairman of the board of the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN, an organization he helped form. Cerf served as the founding president of the Internet Society from 1992 to 1995, and in 1999 served a term as a chairman of the board. Now, I could go on and on, but I want to hand it over to Vince Cerf because I'm sure everybody wants to hear from the legend himself. So Vince Cerf, thank you very much, and over to you.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm so glad that I arrived early so I could listen to the tail end of the previous session. I love the optimism and the energy, and I love the dream. Dare to dream. That's what a lot of us did back in the late 60s and early 70s when we were trying to figure out how to design and build an internet that could theoretically cover the globe. And of course, here we are in 2022, and it is covering the globe, but it only reaches about half of the world's population, and it's absolutely not uniform, as every one of you on this call knows. Look, first of all, I'm not an expert in the Caribbean region, and so anything I say you should take with a grain of salt or whatever other condiments you prefer. But I do want to make a few observations about trends that I think are relevant to your ability to introduce and operate pieces of internet for the benefit of your populations. So the first thing is that fiber optic cable is expanding rapidly. Undersea cable is expanding rapidly, far more quickly and far more diversely than I ever expected. It's very visible in the Pacific, and I hope it will become increasingly visible in the Atlantic and in particular in the Caribbean. Islands are being connected in the Pacific like Vanuatu that I never really imagined would be connected. They had help from the World Bank. That might be an important signal. There are branching opportunities in the Caribbean as we speak. And so I think one of the obvious things to suggest is to be on top of what's going on in cable construction in the Atlantic side in order to try to take advantage of that. Google has been building cables for its networks, and in some cases is in a position to do fiber swaps, for example, or other kinds of deals so that there's mutual benefit on both sides. So this comes back to the point that was made earlier about cooperation between governments, between the private sector and among private sector entities for everyone's benefit. The second thing that I wanted to draw your attention to, which you I'm sure know very well, is that low Earth orbiting satellites are rapidly proliferating. There are several companies that are pursuing this. The most visible, of course, is SpaceX with its Starlink network. They have on the order of a couple thousand satellites already up and in operation. I hear from Elon that they're expecting to launch 52 rockets over the course of this year, which is one a week, which is truly daunting and fabulous. On top of which, he has some bigger rockets that he's working on that would carry a substantially higher, about 100-ton payload, which means a lot more satellites are possible for launch. So Starlink is one of them. Cooper and OneWeb are two others that are somewhat less far along than Starlink. Economics, of course, is important here, and so I don't want to state the importance and value of the LEO capability, especially if it turns out not to be affordable or doesn't provide adequate capacity. However, it does theoretically provide coverage everywhere. Every square inch of the planet's surface eventually would be reachable. And in fact, it might be hard to escape access to the internet, assuming all of these things come to pass. So something for you to watch. But again, I want to strongly draw your attention to economics, because that's really where everything turns. If you can't afford it, it doesn't matter if it's available. Of course, it also has to be reliable. It has to have capacity that's sufficient to do the kinds of things that we're doing right this moment. Now, another thing which I wanted to mention is that there are developments for infrastructure on land, which are also potentially relevant. Obviously, 4G and 5G are in the wireless space widely touted. Of course, in order to achieve that, there's significant investment. Cell towers have to be built, and that costs money. So investment has to be made, capital has to be raised. There are a number of different business models that you might want to consider. A purely private sector model is certainly one way to go. Another possibility is to have some government involvement. Let me give you an example of something that Google did. We, in Kampala, Uganda, we built a fiber optic network in the city, and then we offered it at wholesale rates to retail providers, and the retail providers offered service to customers, and they competed with each other, but they all had exactly the same terms and conditions for access to the city network. And as that was a sufficiently successful enterprise that a joint venture company was created to operate that system. And if I am remembering correctly, a similar design was done and implemented in the capital, in Accra, the capital of Ghana. So this sort of wholesale retail idea might be applicable, at least in some parts of the Caribbean. On the technical side, optical fiber, of course, has been getting less expensive, but it's still expensive to dig up territory in order to bury cable or to put it up on posts. And you all know, because of the hurricane seasons, that putting things up on posts may not necessarily be the best choice, given the potential hazard of high wind and inclement weather. So I don't want to minimize the difficulty of laying fiber. Also, topography counts for a lot, and of course, many of the islands are quite rugged in their topography. There is one other middle mile development which Google has had an involvement with. Actually, it's the X company, which is part of Alphabet, with the holding company of Google. It's a sister company. They've been working with a point-to-point laser, which is capable of delivering 10 to 20 gigabits a second over a 1 to 10 kilometer range. And the cost for the pair in low quantities is about $50,000. That could turn out to be less expensive than pulling fiber. Doesn't give you the same total capacity that fiber does, but it might turn out to be a very useful alternative for terrestrial infrastructure. Another thing which I think is worthy of your awareness is that private networks are building interconnections to ISPs. So at Google, we build a very big global network, which we use to connect to the internet service providers around the world. The idea here is to get users who are on the ISP service onto our backbone network as quickly as possible in order to reduce delay and increase speeds. The capacity of the backbone networks that I'm talking about are 400 gigabits a second per channel on the optical fiber, which is clearly capable of carrying a great deal of capacity. And that's separate from the other network that we use to connect all the data centers to each other. So there are other companies like ours who are doing similar things. Also, content distribution systems are helpful because they can deliver content locally to the users, reducing latency and also removing some of the need for moving data at long distances across the global backbone. I would say that the pandemic experience has taught us a number of lessons that are worthy of our attention. The first one is that some people can work from home. I've been doing that for the last 2 years. And some people can go to school from home. Some people are getting medical care, at least advice and diagnostics on a remote basis, which, by the way, suggests that the Internet of Things for medical diagnosis may become very important so that you can actually instrument yourself for the benefit of the doctor trying to do a diagnosis. However, despite the fact that we demonstrated that you can work from home, not everyone can do that. Some jobs require proximity. Some people's homes are really not well suited to trying to work. I'm fortunate to have a basement office, which is isolated from the rest of the house, but not everyone is in that same position. So there are so many inequities associated with this kind of technical capability, and I am super conscious of that. Some of those inequities have to do with cost, and some of it has to do simply with the absence of infrastructure, which I know you've been talking about and will talk about in this conference over and over. My biggest challenge, and the one which I think to the engineers anyway, and to the business folks, is to drive cost out, find ways of making this stuff less expensive, make it more reliable, make it better supported. Look for subsidy opportunities, look for assistance from World Bank or other international agencies, encourage competition where there is a sufficient demand to permit that. And I remind you that sometimes when the demand is relatively low, that you may not be able to support a competitive environment, in which case regulatory actions may be needed in order to create a fair environment for the consumers. So I want to leave a moment here for some questions or comments, but the thing I want to emphasize more than anything is that the future really is in your hands. I can't overemphasize that how we could be affected by a failure of imagination. Don't let your imagination fail you. And don't be afraid to try to do something that you think might be impossible. One of my former bosses told me before I started a project, which he said I had to do in 9 months. It was to build an electronic mail service for the MCI company. He looked at me and he said, to do the impossible, first you have to believe it isn't. And I will leave you with that observation, because I think all of you have fertile imaginations. And in this, just listening to your conversation, I know you have capacity. So I'll stop there and thank you again for allowing me to intervene. Happy to have any further discussion you like for the next several minutes anyway. I see George Goodman has a question already. Please go ahead, George.
Hey, Vint, thank you. What are your thoughts on the big hullabaloo going on right now with 5G and interfering with planes and flights and stuff like that?
So it turns out that most planes of the general aviation type are not using the Cat 1, 2, and 3 altimeters. And so there's a segment of the flying population that is not affected by this. I think that this wasn't handled all that well, because there were a couple of years during which the FAA could have engaged, I think, with this problem. It's a non-trivial issue, though, and so I'm glad to see that at least in the US, some of the carriers have agreed not to deploy near the airports until this gets sorted out. From the engineering point of view, notch filtering of the interference is technically feasible and theoretically not very expensive. But whenever you put anything into an airplane, it has to be certified and qualified by the FAA, and that's a very lengthy process. So there really is an issue here. Some of the problem is that the equipment that is used for sensing altitude was built a very long time ago, and the receivers were not very good about filtering out adjacent signals. We have the capability today to build really smart receivers. And a lot of the regulatory positions have tended to be make your transmitters really, really smart, confine them to the frequency bands that they're allocated, and insist on that. Whereas we could, in fact, build much, much smarter receivers that will reject interfering signals. And so there are technical solutions, but they may take time because of the certification process.
Okay, thank you. And I do have one quick follow-up question. What are your thoughts on a definition for digital transformation? In my mind, digital transformation started way back in the 60s and 70s. So what are your thoughts?
Well, I think this is a continuing process. And a lot of it, by the way, is software. And I think of, because without the software, none of these computers do anything. So I think of software as an absolutely endless frontier. You can do almost anything if you can figure out how to program it. So my honest belief is that the transformation is a consequence of ingesting more and more software into the things and systems that we use. This is simultaneously exhilarating and absolutely terrifying. And the reason it's exhilarating is that we can use these tools to augment our own capabilities. If you look at machine learning, speech understanding, text to speech, speech to text, image recognition, I mean, my gosh, the list is enormously long, and all of you, I'm sure, are well aware that some of the response to the pandemic and the creation of the vaccines used very, very important machine learning tools in order to speed up the process. Now, at the same time, though, for those of you who have mobiles, which is probably everybody, if you think for just a moment about how increasingly dependent you are on that thing for all the various apps that you run, when it isn't available, there's cascade failure risk factors. So I am a little nervous about our society writ large, depending increasingly on technical things that might not always work the way we want them to or expect them to, or have vulnerabilities that other people choose to exploit. And so in a highly technical world, I am concerned about safety and security and privacy and all those other things. And I believe we have, as engineers, we have a great deal of responsibility to try to solve for those outcomes. And we need to teach the general public that software and software-based things don't always work the way you expect them to. So be prepared for and keep in mind backup capability. I don't mean just copying your disk. I'm thinking about alternative ways of solving a problem if the popular one doesn't work right now.
Great, thank you, Vint.
Hi, Vince, it's Ajmal again. I have a quick question for you. You think the trend towards hyper-automation and robotics is going to end up creating more jobs than it automates, or are we likely to get into a solution of some sort of universal income?
There's no doubt in my mind that new jobs will be created as a consequence of automation. For one thing, somebody has to build and maintain and serve the machines or program them and all this other stuff. So, but some jobs will absolutely go away. There's no doubt about that. Anyone who's ever seen the videos of how the Amazon warehouses have these little robots running around, it can appreciate that. But the point here is that the jobs will go away. New jobs will be created. The thing is, can the people whose jobs went away do the new things? And the answer is only if they are upskilled to do that. And so somewhere at the heart of all this is education. And I want to emphasize as strongly as I can that as our lifetimes extend, and they have doubled on the average for the past 100 years, we will need to keep learning new things in order to be productive and relevant. So you can't just go to school until you're 20 or 25 or something, and then expect to be properly educated for the next 50 years. So we have to be ready to learn new things, and we can use online tools to do that. But we need to change our mindset about education and not imagine that it's all packed in the early part of our lives. It has to go on forever and prepare us for the new work that will surely come. I see a question on the chat. Is it okay to respond to that?
Absolutely, yes.
So this one has to do with privacy as an anomaly. The short story is that I lived in a little town in Germany that had 3,000 people way back in 1962. Now, nobody had phones at home. They had to go to the post office to do phone calls, which meant the postmaster would place the call. And then you could go to booth number 1, 2, or 3 and talk to whoever it was. So the postmaster knew who was calling whom, and he also got to see all the mail going back and forth. I'm not saying he opened the mail, but the postcards anyway. And with a town of only 3,000 people, pretty much everybody kind of knew what everybody else was doing. And so I thought, well, maybe the reason we think that privacy is available to us in large urban concentrations is not necessarily that we have any privacy, but rather that we have anonymity. And so and we should not confuse the two. The fact that you think you're anonymous or actually seem to be anonymous does not necessarily mean that you're private. And with an increasing amount of video surveillance, I think that the idea that you're anonymous is probably a weak assumption. So that's really what I meant by privacy may be an anomaly.
Once again, thanks for that. And with that, I'm going to pull in Tracy Hackshaw. I think he's faked an illness in his meeting in Europe and managed to get out so he could join us. So Tracy, you want to come in and take over?
Sure, no problem. Thanks, Aj. Hi, Vince, how are you?
Hi, good. Can I just warn you that I have only a couple of minutes left, and the reason is that my wife had emergency surgery on Monday, and I need to get some medication before a snowstorm hits here. So I can do a couple more minutes, and then I really do have to go.
That's fine, Dan. I'm sorry to hear about your wife, but appreciate the time you're spending with us, Vince. There is a question in the chat from Shivam who says, do you think that Google will be one of the companies that will be able to provide free internet access to people in third world countries where it is expensive or hard to get in the near future?
So I don't know about free, but I will say that we have been offering services to people at no cost to them because we pay for it with advertising. And so that's a little three-way model. Whether that could include free internet service, I think depends a great deal on the economics. And so I know that sounds like a kind of a wiggly answer. And I can't speak for Google in terms of its business models incorporating something as extensive as free internet access. I think some of you may know that we did do a kind of experiment in India. We put internet Wi-Fi capability in many of the train stations. And along the railroad, there were fiber optic lines. And so we just tapped those and put up Wi-Fi services. And we did that for a while, but I think it turned out not to be self-sustaining in terms of the cost of operation. So again, I would say we have to put our thinking caps on to figure out what business model would work. All the costs have to be paid somehow. I mean, that's sort of fundamental. But if people have ideas that might be worth considering, you shouldn't be hesitant to suggest them. Here's a business model that might make sense. And my email is easy. It's vint@google.com. So feel free.
Thank you very much. And Vint, if there are no, I don't think there are any further questions. I don't want to keep you back any further. So thank you so much for participating and joining us today in the Caribbean.
Well, thank you. I'm hoping I will have an opportunity to do so in person. I don't know the Caribbean as well as I would like. And so this brief discussion has given me a reason to come and visit to learn more. And so when that seems to be safe to do, I will look forward to that.
Well, I think 2023, our IGF in 2023, we will invite you and see if that can happen. And I'll be close to our carnival. Let's hope there's a new carnival spirit happening and the pandemic is going to be put aside. And you can come and you can sample some of our culture as well. That'd be great.
I will truly look forward to that. And thank you everyone for allowing me a bit of time to sort of rattle on. I wish you well. This is a very important discussion. and I have high hopes that it will produce a productive result. So thanks for your patience. I'm going to run now, but we will see you on the net.
Yes, see you online. Bye-bye. All right, so thank you very much. And thanks to those who stayed with us to listen to Vince. Vince Cerf, who, as you would have heard, is one of the co-inventors of the TCP/IP protocol, one of the fathers of the internet. Very privileged to have him here. And we move on now to an open forum. So I think that was a nice shift and segue into our open forum. Basically what we're going to do, and I think I'm going to be moderating it. I'm not sure if I have colleagues to assist. I'm going to be opening the floor, quite literally opening the floor to anyone who would like to jump in on any topic that they see fit, whether it be on the topics that we discussed earlier, yesterday and today, what Mr. Cerf would have just raised, or topics you want to raise generally. What's going on with digital identity? What's going on with your internet access and internet outages? What's going on with anything you wish to raise? So floor is open. We're in our open forum stage, and please keep it respectful. Please keep it sane, and let's go. Not seeing any. Feel free to raise. I guess you can raise your hand. Denise, I don't know if the raise hand feature is going to work, but not seeing anything in the chat, and I'm not seeing anyone.
This is Nicole has a hand up.
Yeah, great. So someone can help me. I can't see the hand, so someone can help me. I appreciate it. So yeah, go ahead. If you can speak, I think you can speak. Yes, Nicole.
Yes, I can. Thanks so much, Lucy. So I want to raise again, I raised it in the first panel, I think, about technology facilitated gender-based violence, which is something that I'm very much interested in, an area that I want to work in. Yesterday, we talked about the lack of sex disaggregated data, and that is a piece that I think that we are missing. I think it also has a very huge possibility of linking to reducing the actual violence, because if you follow the theory around gender-based violence, is that the physical happens way much later. So they're actually starting to use the technology as like a first line, so that gives some threats and stuff like that online. Also, we do have that landmark case years ago with the cricketer. And we do have some legislation, but it's still not robust enough to move with the times. We're also looking at, even though we had the amendment to the domestic violence bill, we don't have the technology piece around it still. So I just wanted to flag a couple of those things, because I think it is a huge cyber crime / cybersecurity piece that a lot of people aren't really looking at. So I just wanted to flag that.
Well, thank you, Nicole, for flagging that. And I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but I know my colleagues, Dev Tilak Singh and Jacqueline Morris, have been involved with commenting on the cybercrime bill that was tabled some time ago, and there have been consultations, and they were actually at a joint select committee meeting, I think a few years ago, on this. Does anybody want to respond to what Nicholas has said in terms of those issues that may have been, may or may not be being dealt with in that particular issue? And I see Tira. Tira, do you like to respond, or is this a separate issue?
Yes, I'd just like to add in something to what Nicole had said. So as you know, as we've been working on the update of the ETA and the DPA in Trinidad and Tobago for the past year and a half, we have had from stakeholders many of these concerns, because there's so many related laws. So from the Cybercrime and Social Media Unit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, they have brought up the fact that we lack certain offences, or certain offences have to be massaged to fit under the Summary Offences Act and other laws. So we are actually in the process of finalizing some of those criminal cyber offences to put them and make it easier for the police service to both investigate and prosecute. With respect to domestic violence, it's partly with domestic violence, but also with respect to child abuse and trafficking of women and children. I just wanted to point out to you that there are some model policies and laws, and you can always email me afterwards, because I've worked on a model law for OECS, which included those specific offenses of grooming children online, trafficking in women and children, using the internet and technology to contact and to traffic them. So we do have some sort of work done in the region, and Trinidad and Tobago and other countries can utilize that. Again, you can get my contact information from online in LinkedIn, wherever, and contact me if you wish to get those models. Thank you.
Tira, before you go, Tira, the question about the Cybercrime Act in Trinidad and Tobago, have you looked at that, and the points you raised? Have you advised the relevant government agencies of where there may be deficiencies or areas to improve?
Yes, I have had discussions with the CERT, and there was a working group on the cybercrime. Now, I had brought up that we don't have offenses like invasion of privacy and a lot of these anti-trafficking offenses. And what I was told that the policy, and this would have been about a year and a half ago, the policy was that they wanted to keep the Cybercrime Act purely like the Budapest Convention. And there's some time to do other offenses, which I don't know what that time frame is. But in the meanwhile, the agencies that that are interested, well, under the project we had with the Ministry of Trade, even though it's Ministry of Trade, they allowed any entity in Trinidad and Tobago, any agency or any ministry, to give what their needs are. And we gave technical assistance to them. So that's where we're working with the police service. And we did also get input from Nicole's agency. So that I don't think there's anything being done on those areas in the Cybercrime Act, honestly and truly. So I think it might be easier and faster to just insert it into your sectoral laws.
I see. Thank you, Tira. I don't know, Nicole, that would have helped in addressing some of your concerns. But feel free to link up with Tira. Tira, I guess if you can put your contact information, maybe that's something that she and others can link up with you on. Perhaps we can use the opportunity to form some sort of lobby to get that fixed or dealt with in the local legislation. Deirdre, I think Deirdre is next on the list. Deirdre, yes.
Thank you. I wondered whether there are any initiatives on the other side. Responsibility is moving more and more to the individual. So if there is a possibility that you might be a victim of such an attack, is there anything being done to teach you how to cope with this if it happens? With children online, it's very important to teach them about the dangers. That's as important as providing legislation to protect them, because often they can protect themselves. For adults, maybe it's a little more difficult, but are there any such initiatives? Thank you.
That's a good question. I know in Trinidad and Tobago, there's been some non-profit or non-governmental approaches. There's Stop Think Connect, which the Internet Society of Trinidad and Tobago has under its Safe TT umbrella. There's CyberSafe TT, I think, run out of a non-profit or non-governmental organization, but I'm not sure if there's any structured approach there to dealing with it in the way that you have suggested. It's more of an awareness type activity, and truth be told, it may be a little bit, maybe not a little bit, maybe it's a lot limited. There is the Children's Authority in Trinidad and Tobago, which and TAT, which have been doing awareness campaigns as well, but I'm not the expert in that area, so perhaps someone else can jump in. Tira, is that a response? Or is that a new question? Tira, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, no, I was just putting the, Nicole was just putting my email. Sorry, I didn't realize. Were you asking me something? Sorry?
No, I just saw your hand went back. I just want to see.
Oh, no. That was a mistake. I'm sorry.
Yes, I don't know if anyone else has anything to add to respond to Deirdre's question.
Yes, there is. The Global Human Rights Org has a really good program online called Children Rights and Technology in the Digital Age. It's quite comprehensive. I was quite impressed with it. I'm not sure if they're offering it this year, but I think you could possibly audit it. I put the link in the chat.
Thank you very much. And again, given that there's a Children's Authority in Trinidad and Tobago, so Deirdre, this is for you. I'm not sure there's a similar organization in St. Lucia, I know Deirdre from St. Lucia, or the Caribbean as a whole, but I do believe there could be some opportunity there to work together, as we had heard several times, I think, throughout the idea, to work together as a region to sort of deal with these issues so we don't repeat ourselves and waste resources. We can simply pool our resources together and get some of this done and share experiences. And of course, even with probably other islands in the Pacific and other areas where these issues might be of concern as well. I'm not watching the chat. Someone can help me with the chat, but Shivam, you're next with the hand. Let me look at the chat. Shivam, go ahead.
Tracy, how are you? Afternoon, actually. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so basically when we go around and do the free computer repairs for students, a lot of parents have been asking about the cybersecurity stuff as well as keeping a child safe online now. And I would just like if anybody in the chat could just send me the links to these organizations that I could put them in touch with. Because apart from that, I usually do a brief discussion with them about keeping the child safe, putting on to block the sites like Facebook and all these things, because most of them are underage and they have the little Facebook profiles and stuff like that. I would love to be put in touch with these organizations so we could probably do something with the parents, because there are a lot of parents who keep asking or looking online for the relative information.
Shivam, as I have you there, I'm not sure if, I haven't been listening to the entire TTIGF, unfortunately, but did you introduce what you do? And if so,
no.
Perhaps you can do that now. And just before I hand back over to you to say what you do, I know Dev, if Dev is still there, or anyone from TDCS, perhaps you can speak about the work that you do on refurbishment with regards to the pandemic and how much work you've been doing. And perhaps you and Shivam can link up together and maybe there's some work that can be done collaboratively. So Shivam, I'm not sure if you said anything about yourself before, perhaps you can go ahead.
I'll just introduce myself to everyone. Hi guys, good day. My name is Shivam Luxing, and for the past 2 years, we've been going around various locations in Trinidad and Tobago and doing free computer repairs for students in terms of refurbishment of laptops, software upgrades, all these little things. And we usually get donations. This year, actually, we were sponsored by Airlink Communications and Sankaya TV. So thanks to them, as well as Laptop TT and a few other organizations that donated SSDs and parts to this whole initiative. So what we usually do, we go week to week to various locations, but as how everything was on our go slow with resources and stuff, we do it month to month. So for example, next month coming in February, we'll be going to Cuba. I will be setting up in Cuba and doing free repairs based on Google Forms. So we would send it across to the various schools in the area and they could sign up for whatever we'll be able to fix. Even if we are unable to fix the device, we will try to give them the proper way to go forward with it. If it's able to fix it, they could fix it for a cheap cost somewhere else. If we cannot get the parts, all these type of things. So that's basically it, but we're trying to move forward more in terms of education and providing free online classes for students as well as elders and such. Because a lot of people just call, and they want to learn about how to use a system, how to create a Facebook account, how to do these little simple things that we take for granted every day. So it's something that I want to collaborate more with various technicians, organizations, and such, and provide free technology access to anyone who needs it or wants to learn from it.
Thank you, Shivam. Dev, are you here? Are you online?
Yes, this is David and I'm here. So the Trinidad and Tobago Computer Society, at the start of this pandemic, recognizing this whole digital divide issues facing students, we started our computer refurbishment project where we would take refurbished computers and get them up and working and then donate them to various schools. And we're partnered with other organizations to actually do that. And within recent times, we've also been partnering. We've also been supplying refurbished computers to nonprofit organizations. So various nonprofit organizations, both in Trinidad and in Tobago, within the past week. So we've gone over about approaching 400, if not more, computers. And as we improve our methodologies, we're learning better ways to like refurbish the computers faster and so forth. And what Shivam has also been mentioning is also something that has been of concern, because those kind of questions are now coming up more and more as to how do you secure your computer and so forth. And what we were thinking of doing is trying to do like a Google Doc that or something like that, and or videos. But of course, bandwidth is finding the time to actually do it is actually a challenge. So if you could partner with Shivam, let's look at doing something like that.
Can I just interject something? Yeah?
Sure.
Right. So being with Airlink Communications, they have also offered to do live segments with me, and we could actually collaborate on this to provide the information out there to the audience via a television program and on social media as well. So we could actually partner on this, and we could create the proper segments, how to secure your computer in live videos that could be shared on Facebook, as well as aired on Sankaya TV and Airlink Communication Channel 1. Okay. So I think that would be a nice way to get it out there, as well as other tips too.
Good. And yeah, and a lot of organizations have helped us. TTIGF has helped us. ISOC.LIVE has also helped us with some with funds to help refurbish the computers. And we've gotten computers from a bank. So we have now gotten a lot of computers. We have about over 100 computers to refurbish. So there's a link I posted in the chat still for persons to learn more about it.
Yeah, so I think that's a definite opportunity there for this, for what Deirdre raised. Deirdre, have you any response or thoughts on that and how we can actually tie, because what is happening here is a lot of underground type of work. So as Shivam and Deb are reporting, people are in need and they're looking for devices, looking for tools to do their work, but they may not have the ability to protect themselves, whether they be, I was looking at your comment, whether it be children or even adults. Do you think there's any opportunity there to tie that together with doing the sort of support and repair work that these non-governmental organizations are doing? Is it happening in St. Lucia and other parts of the region? Because at the end of the day, as someone's been telling me quite a lot, relying on the government is not going to be the way out of this. So you're going to have to find a way to do it yourself. So perhaps that's the way to do it, using the tools and the links. I saw a lot of links posted in the chat, providing material, doing the actual work yourself, as an individual, as a technician, as somebody who's interested in ensuring the safety of everyone online. Perhaps that's something we could look at and maybe structure a program around it. There's a lot of information out there, a lot of material, just to sort of streamline and bring it together. So I don't know, Deirdre, you wanted to respond to that or say anything further, or anyone else. It's an open forum.
Well, networking really helps. One person doing something by themselves isn't going to set the world on fire. But for example, now I've got at least 2 more contacts. I had a lot of contacts in this space anyway, but now I have more. And you just have to keep trying and do it. And you have to make sure that you include the people that your initiative is aimed at. Do not try to do it for them. Do it with them. They know what the problem is. Thanks.
Thank you, Deirdre. And without trying to also deprioritize or de-emphasize the issue of protection of individuals, of course, this issue also helps with the e-waste and environmental challenges that devices being dumped and so on bring to the table. So having refurbishment and repairs, and people know about the repair movement, so you can repair things yourself. Right to repair, as it's called in some parts of the world, movement would really go a long way to ensuring that our waste that we produce from mobile phones or from laptops and desktop computers and tablets and so on, we can find a way to make those devices live longer and get into the hands of people who will appreciate them and find a lot of use for them, especially given the situation we face today. I'm seeing some things going on in the chat. So continue certainly pushing stuff out in the chat. There's a comment or there's a question coming in from Marilee. Is there any kind of online directory for all of the digital resources and resources mentioned today? And then she asked another question. How are citizens supposed to know where to look for help with tech repairs, local digital literacy orgs, training opportunities, etc.? And then Deirdre is following up on that question. Is there some sort of clearinghouse for outdated machines that might provide spare parts for the business? So it seems as if there's some queries and some questions coming out as to, where can we find information on service providers, people who are doing this kind of work, as well as so basically supply and demand side of it. Where can we find the devices or parts that may be sitting in a cupboard or warehouse in some cases? How do we access those devices, those parts, those people, and how do we put them together to ensure we can make this not just, as Deirdre is saying, a single person or even a single organization, but a more collective approach to this. And while it may be difficult in an island-based approach to have it, shift throughout the islands, certainly probably can replicate the initiatives in other islands as you go forward. Any thoughts on that as we continue this open forum?
I'm seeking to develop some safety protocols for women, specifically around the whole GBV piece thing. I do have, because of the fact that women have children, I also have a small piece around children, but I also know that there are other agencies that are doing children specifically because of that's their mandate.
So I guess, Nicole, you would like to share that, whatever material and so on that you have.
Sure, I have, yeah. My email is in the chat. I can always put it again.
Excellent. Anyone else would like to contribute and say anything to this? I know we have about 40 people online, so just anybody would like to jump on and say anything further?
Yes, Tracy, I want to follow on. This is Kim. Just want to follow on what I think Deirdre was getting to. I don't know if this is what is done at the moment, but it would be so wonderful if youth could be invited to drop into the actual troubleshooting and maintenance sessions as a sort of it'll be a lot of burden to arrange it formally, but at least informally, if the word were to get out that youth could drop by at sessions and learn by doing, that would be awesome.
Thank you. I know Shivam, having read his articles, I know he does some of that work. Shivam, you want to explain what you do, and maybe in that regard, maybe that can be replicated as Professor Kim would have just spoken there.
So for example, let's say next month is Cuba, right? What we would do, we would advertise within that area through paid ads or however we can through the Facebook groups and stuff. And if any young technician would like to come through and want to learn about troubleshooting and all these little things, we invite them to come in. And what we would usually do when we have about 5 or 6 technicians, we would sit down with them and let them follow through with the technician, or in terms of if the time is slow and it's a slow-paced environment, they would get to actually work on the system themselves, to replace a hard drive, to install the OS, all these little things. And I've had, like, so far since we fixed about 250 devices, and we have invited like around 10 or 15 younger technicians. Some of them have already signed up for courses via CTS College and all these other things, because this is something that they want to go on forward doing. And
that's
like
awesome. That's beautiful. I'm really happy to hear that. And I think you should spread the word, spread the word a little more opportunistically. I think it's wonderful. Hats off to all of you guys. It's wonderful.
Thank you. And I do want to, and Shiva, I'm not sure if you heard of RSC, Raj Ramdas. He was silently involved in yesterday's session with the teachers and students. He's running a series of tech clubs, and he does he provides a lot of equipment for TTCS to repair, and they do refurbishment themselves. But of course, given the pandemic, it's been challenging because they source their talent and their human resource from schools. So they actually use the students from the schools in their tech clubs to teach them with their own technicians in RSC, to train them how to refurbish computers. Maybe that's another opportunity to reach out to Raj and create that network so that can continue. Because the schools are, although they'll be reopening in February, it's very unlikely they can be doing the work that they were doing before, which is having large refurbishment sessions in big locations and so on. Maybe what you can do, Shivam, is reach out to Raj Ramdas. You can get the information from any of us in the TTIGF, TTMAG, and they can reach out to him, and he can provide feedstock for you, resources, people to assist, and you can also do some cross training and fertilization with them. I think that'd be a great opportunity there.
Yeah, I think it would be perfect in terms of that, because apart from going to location, the guild in UE have invited me to come up as well. So we trying to collaborate on that as well for the students up in CTS and a few other schools. I'm trying to hit more tertiary level schools as well, because it's really tough for some of them right now in terms of getting parts and doing new repairs, etc. Something else I would like to talk about. Well, my internet is going crazy here. Just give me a moment and I'll come back.
No problem. Organize your thoughts. There's some discussion going on in the chat about youth, and I know what I think is an interesting conversation about why is it that we have to tell the youth what to do and not, and that kind of thing. I think that's an interesting conversation. Perhaps somebody would like to jump in and speak to that verbally, because that is something that's a very interesting observation, because I'm doing work with young people globally, actually, with Internet Society. I've actually found the opposite. They've come forward on their own and they would like to do things. On the other hand, when they're going up to the public side of it, they do tend to maybe shy away, because as Jacqueline I think is alluding to, that
I could probably do a little bit of that, Tracy, since that's part of my background as well.
Yeah, jump in.
Yeah, so it's a historical piece. We all know the story, children must be seen and not heard. I know the technology piece is a little different sometimes, but the mere fact that we've been telling children all the time that wait until you turn, wait until to do this, that there is that piece around waiting to be invited, because they sometimes get shut down and they don't like public embarrassment at all. Not that anybody does, really, So that piece around, I like the fact that I think somebody spoke about if the young technicians want to come. I appreciate that. That is an open invitation, but a lot of people don't see it as that. And not only that, the fear of failure. So if I touch something wrong, what is interesting is that the adults have that when they're dealing with the technology, but the young people just go and they figure it out. But the invitation to a space is still very much adult-oriented, adult-regulated. So it's a carryover from. So the fact that I had mentioned that because we've been telling them what to do all their lives and we just assume magically when they're 18, they know exactly what to do, that's a fallacy. So if we could be a little more gentle with them and encouraging them and telling them, but yes, the space to fail is there, and it's just a way in which we learn, will then encourage them to come into the space, I think, a little more readily.
Thank you, Nicole. Anybody else who's been in that conversation like to say a few words? Jacqueline, Deirdre, even Shivam, on this concept of why are youth perhaps so reluctant to jump in when the spaces are open to them. So we've had fear of failure, fear of being embarrassed. Anybody would like to give any thoughts on that? Any further thoughts?
Shivami again.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So a lot of these kids, I find they're very shy when they come in, and throughout the course of the day, like spending time with me and getting to interact with me, they become more confident in that aspect. And something that I like to do with them as well is interact with the parents. If they have to go outside and drop back a laptop, talk to the parents, or collect a laptop, talk to them, find out what was the issue and all these little things. But we actually do it by appointments, so we don't have too much crowding around. So I would actually know what the issue is, but I like them to go out and interact, get that customer service interaction, especially if they want to go into something like technology and being a technician. That is something that you need, that customer service response. And like within a few days, like within a few hours, I mean, they become a lot more confident in talking to persons. They go out and do what they need to do. They come and ask questions. They observe what I'm doing and ask questions on what it is. They don't just stand there and just be like, quiet. When they now come, as I said before, they are very, very shy. But throughout the hours and spending time with me, they open up more. So I think it's because they are shy. A lot of them are shy or afraid to say something and be wrong about it, especially when you're in school too. A lot of them like to be shy in that sense. But yeah, I just think that they're shy. That's all.
Yeah, that could be it. And as the chat was going on, they've been often told what when to do things and how to do things. As you're seeing some conversations, there, some of these spaces have not been welcoming. So that's a very interesting observation. And for us to, we all of us here, I think, are much older than children. So we're getting older, and as the gray hair continues, and we need to get more of us involved in this at the younger levels, whether it be teenagers or young adults. We need to find a way to bring them in and make the spaces very much welcoming. I think
Tracy, can I add something?
Sure, Marilee, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm Marilee. I grew up in Trinidad. I no longer live there. I live in Canada right now, and I work with the Internet Society supporting their early career fellowship program. And from my memory, a recollection of growing up in Trinidad, going to primary, secondary school there, I think the way that education is delivered is different than what's needed for the tech space, specifically that for digital literacy and tech tools and learning, failure is a key part of that process. And how do you build that mindset into the delivery of training and materials, that you have to fail, you have to do things wrong before you know how to do them right. And that concept of curiosity and exploration into why was something wrong, instead of you did this wrong, you should have. So it's like, what is the mindset that's needed for tech education and digital literacy? And how do you help remove that fear of failure and doing something wrong and being stupid or being told that you're dotish or that somehow you're not doing something right? So I think for digital literacy and tech education, failure needs to be accepted and welcomed and encouraged, that you do things wrong until you figure out how to do it right, and that's okay.
Thank you, Marilee. Jacqueline's hand is up.
Yeah, to continue on from where Marilee ended, it's more like we need, as we were saying yesterday, we need to train teachers, because a teacher does not necessarily know the way to move from I am giving you the material to how do you, they're taught, well, they were taught right now, so they're trying to teach them a different way, but then the problem is you go into the school and the students are accustomed to working a certain way, and when you try to move to facilitating learning as opposed to teaching and information dissemination, it is very difficult. And so what happens often is that we fall back on what is comfortable and easy, which is disseminating information. But if the teachers could be supported in the idea of facilitating learning and getting children to experiment and investigate, and basically it's a science approach, you find out what's going on, you look at something, you experiment on something, and that will give you the kind of student who is willing to go out there and experiment and fail and fail towards success. Because one of the things to say as an engineer, if the Wright brothers had flown the first time, we would have never learned anything about aviation, because we learned by analyzing the failures. But failure is not something that people are very comfortable with. It's not something that the teachers are comfortable with. They don't know how to deal with it in a positive manner. So it has to start with teacher training.
Thank you, Jacqueline. And I think, yeah, that's an extremely valuable point, especially very topical now, given the conversations that are not just in Trinidad and Tobago, but around the world. You're seeing the conversations about what's really, this thing about flipped classrooms and what's really going on with what the pandemic is creating inadvertently is hopefully maybe a new way of doing things, or is it? And that's a good question. Deirdre, your hand is up.
Following Jacqueline, as well as looking at them, we've developed ourselves 2 lots of them at the moment, youth and teachers. Shouldn't we have a really close look at us? Because part of this is also parents, which label probably fits on several people in this group. Think back, if you're in that position like me, to your 2-year-old or 3-year-old whose every second question was why. And think about your reaction, your response, and think about how you can encourage people to be curious. And if you could encourage the young people to be curious from the beginning, then I think all of the other problems suddenly unravel themselves and disappear. Thanks.
Anybody have a response to that? That's a very insightful observation, Deirdre.
But I do, but I can wait for somebody else because I don't want to have the conversation.
No, you're good. I mean, go ahead. Feel free.
Yeah, I think it's the phrase "people can't give what they don't have" is pretty hard. A lot of us were shut down. I was always a white child. I tell people that, and maybe that's why I ended up where I ended up, in places where I ask a lot of questions of people. Our space does not allow inquiry. We don't like people who color outside the lines. I think somebody had talked about earlier on, just seeking to fulfill the status quo when we had that panel just now. That piece of inquiry is something that I think we have to relearn. And again, that piece around fear of failure and how we respond to the failure. So you could respond to the failure by, oh, okay, so you didn't do that well. Can we learn it a different way? Or we know how sometimes some children have, received the failure piece. And I think if we just give a little more empathy to children, because I think sometimes and it's also the fear of how parents look or what is happening to the child and the parent to other people. And I think if we make a decision to give up that embarrassment about how we're looking and maybe how the child is looking, we may be able to sit a little better. But it's all connected to a whole host of things, which we could spend forever to talk about. But I think if we just make the decision to treat our young people and children in a way that we didn't get it, but we know now differently. And if we can create that space to treat them differently, a lot of people talk about it as being treating them with kid gloves, but I think with a little more empathy, we may be able to create what we need.
Thank you, Nicole. Was it Shivam who was going to say something? I think there was someone else who wants to jump in. They decided to jump back out. No. Are there any parents on the line who want to respond to that observation that Deirdre was making as well? Anybody who has kids who would like to contribute to this conversation? No? Are you all shy now? Is the adults are being shy? Let's see what's happening in the chat. seems like people are deciding to take their comments to the chat. So, yep. So it seems as if the issues that relate to, I don't know, so we got from refurbishment to how the youth are getting involved. I think we are running out of time because we have just a few more minutes left in the open forum. So I wanted to see if there are any further or final observations or comments from the audience who are here now that we want to make on this open forum. Anything you would like to add to this conversation or to add as new ideas, perhaps something you want to say that should have been discussed in the TTIGF you didn't see. Any comments you'd like to make on the sessions that you've participated in thus far, and perhaps maybe on what's going on generally in Trinidad and Tobago. This is the TTIGF, and what you'd like to see proceeding forward in 2022 and beyond. So I'm going to just open up again for that, and then see where we are. Let's see if there's anyone who wishes to say anything on that.
I just wanted to find out, Tracy, like how do persons get involved with the multi-stakeholder group, and how that's,
yes,
what's the possibility of that?
Certainly. Anita, are you online? If not, I will say it. Anita is the chair of the TTMAG, Anita Sohan, but we have several of the directors on. I'm one of them. And the TTMAG is open for members to join. No, I think it's limited to organizations, right. However. But if you have an organization, company, an NGO, anything that you believe would play a role in an organization such as ours, feel free to visit mag.tt, mag.tt, https mag.tt, or just mag.tt will work. And click on, I believe it's join, and you'll get some information about how to join as an organization in the TTMAG. If not, the constituent members of the TTMAG, such as the TTCS, which we have a few members around, Dave Luxing, Declan Morris here, Internet Society Translator Chapter, Declan Morris actually is the vice chair of that organization, and several other organizations I'm sure are participating who are involved in the TTMAG. You can join through them as well. So that's, I think, the easiest way to treat with it. Sure. Nicola, that answered the question.
Thanks, Tracy.
Sure. If somebody would like to say anything further on this as we wind down the open forum. So I'm going to do one.
I guess, all right, I do have one comment to make. This is David Anteluxing, Trinidad and Tobago Computer Society, sure. and a TTMAG board member, but I guess it's more personal comment. I mean, one of the challenges I find, and what seems to me makes I would say the internet frustrating, is the amount of misinformation that you see online, especially as we're dealing with a pandemic, and you're seeing lots of opinions being generated, and it seems to be a kind of, and I don't have any solutions for it, you know, but to say that it seems to me it's harder to, I find it harder to be looking on social media and so forth. I've actually kind of just like shut off things now because it's just become too frustrating. And I just wonder if people have that. I mean, yes, it's all great that the internet is around, and especially now, but I want to know if there's sort of like fatigue in all of this, fatigue from Zoom meetings, fatigue from, you know, all this online stuff. But that's it.
That's an interesting point, Devin. It's a point that I have been raising a few times, that the internet, for some reason, especially in the last 24 months, has become equal to social media. So when we talk about the internet, it's almost synonymous with what's going on these. And let's avoid naming the offending social media sites. So these sites and these locations, and the amount of misinformation, disinformation, and fake news, as we had in one of our 2020 TTIGF discussions, is quite alarming, to be totally frank with you. And as Dev says, the challenge is really trying to sift out noise from everything else. And that is tiring. It is frustrating, it's tiring. And also trying to defend them. You see people who you would otherwise believe to be very intelligent, sane people, somehow believing things that they read because someone forwarded to them. And it's quite obviously, well, maybe I shouldn't say that because, you know, I mean, it's everybody has their own point of view, but it would appear to be not based in any fact or solid foundation, but they believe it and they continue to forward that and perpetuate that, what we know as gossip back in those days. And now it's getting beyond gossip into it's hardening. And that's problematic. And you're actually seeing the effects of that in many things, not least of which is vaccine hesitancy, or, you know, prior to that, that COVID-19 was not even a real thing. And if you still even see pockets of that around, if you go on Twitter now, you just, you know, look for Joe Rogan, just put Joe Rogan in your search bar, and you look at that stream of consciousness, it'll blow your mind as to what the other side is saying. You're going to call the other side, and what beliefs that are being run around in that camp about things generally. So does anybody have a frustrating feeling, a tiring feeling of listening and seeing these things on social media? Seeing a lot of stuff happening in the chat, people are deciding to chat about it. So anybody wants to say anything and have it on record? Stephen Abiral says, I have channel overload. So basically after online interactions, he feels tech stress or general tech stress. Marilee is asking, does the TT government or media outlets have any misinformation, disinformation awareness campaigns? I'm not sure if I'm qualified to answer that question, but the short answer I think is it's very reactive. So to a large extent, very reactive. But I know that other organizations have tried recently to do, you know, general, don't believe everything you read kind of things, but it's not, I don't think it's a entirely structured thing. We are very reactive. So basically if there's any misinformation, disinformation being circulated, the government agency would put out a release saying, don't believe this, it is not accurate, or it's you know, misinformation, and to please only read stuff from authorized sources, which it's more motivational than anything else. Jerry is saying, unfortunately, some companies and even more concerning government departments have moved to push information only via social media sites and not on traditional web pages, which almost forces people to have to wade through the deluge on social media just to keep up to date on their info. Shivam says, always seeing it is just exhausting and people believing these things. Deirdre says, I've always refused to join, well, insert social media site here, in spite of a lot of pressure and awareness of what I may be missing. And some continued observations going down the road. So yes, I think they are agreeing with you, Dave, that, you know, there is a lot of dissatisfaction what's happening now, but I'm not exactly sure, I mean, how to fix that. And you know, I remember there was one personality in Canada who said you can't police stupidity. I don't know. So what do you do really when things are drifting in a certain direction and you watch it? And what do you do? It is frustrating. Any further thoughts on that?
You can't see my hand, but fixing is easy. Just say no. And apparently a great many people are already saying no.
Saying no to joining those social media channels. Disconnecting, is that the best way to deal with it, you think?
Yes.
Yeah, so we disconnect.
Second Life, you remember Second Life? Everybody had to be on Second Life. Now, the Facebook man seems to be resurrecting Second Life from the dead. Nobody's saying anything about that, but really it's the same thing. I wonder how long he'll last. Metaverse is what I'm talking about.
Yep, metaverse. Yeah, the metaverse is, yeah, I think there's even an event that's coming up with, I think it's next week. Talk about the metaverse and the impact it can have on the Caribbean. I think they're showcasing Barbados. And of course, there have been several articles recently about St. Vincent wanting to host their carnival in the metaverse in 2022. So they want to be the first country in the world to host a carnival in the metaverse. Yep. Yeah, Kim pointing out Monday, there's a metaverse session with, I believe, the Caribbean Telecoms Union. Yep, so that'll be interesting to see what's happening there. All right, I think we may have exhausted our time. And with that in mind, I think I'm the one who has been assigned to close the session. So if there are no further comments or observations, I'm going to take the opportunity now. So I'm going to going once, twice. Let me just check to see and make sure there's nobody's hands up. No hands up. 3 times, and let's close the open forum and thank you all for participating. And use the opportunity now to deliver, I guess, a vote of thanks and some closing remarks. So I'd like to thank everyone who has participated in the TTIGF 2022. It's been very successful. Several sessions spread over 2 days. I know it's yet another online session, probably one of the first for the year for many of you, first of probably many again. And one of the good things I think that the pandemic has done is moved, has shown that we can reach out beyond face-to-face sessions and do remote, what used to be called remote participation, and move into this virtual environment a little more seamlessly. And what's probably going to happen going forward, as we've seen, is the ability to do, in the word now is hybrid meetings. So we're going to see a lot more hybrid meetings going forward. And assuming, fingers crossed, that in 2023, we would be in a different state of affairs with regards to the pandemic, meaning a better state of affairs, and we revert to doing in-person events, we certainly want to see a hybrid approach to this even further, even more immersive than strictly only online. But having a hybrid event brought several people to our table. We had Mr. Vincent, who came in twice actually at the start, and very recently deliver remarks to us. And as you heard, he's very willing to actually physically turn up in 2023 once situation allows. So thanks to Vint for giving us 2 addresses at the 2022 Internet Governance Forum, Trans-Tobago Internet Governance Forum. Henriette Esterhuizen, outgoing UN IGF MAG chair, after delivering her feature address on the opening day. The Honorable Hassel Bacchus, Minister of Digital Transformation, delivering the keynote address on day 1. And we appreciate, and that was a live address, we appreciate that very much. Minister Bacchus coming in, sharing the vision that the Governor of Trinidad and Tobago has for digital transformation and the internet in Trinidad and Tobago. We also would like to thank all of our panelists who would have given of their time, and I'm going to go through them, thanking them individually. Darren Mohammed, Senior Solution Specialist and Manager of the Caribbean Region, Microsoft Country Representative, Microsoft Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Roland Birbal, Assistant Professor, UTT. Pandit Shiva Maharaj, Educational Technologist, Founder and Director, Chief Operations Officer ICT Experts Limited, Swasti Maharaj, students at Lakshmi Girls Hindu College, Robbie and Susila Bola, parents of internet users, Nigel Casimir, telecommunications specialist at the CTU, Dr. Kim Malalu, senior lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Patrick Hussain, director of TTIMAG and CEO of TTNIC, Annie Baldio, executive officer, policy, planning and economics, Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Niran Bihari, chairperson of ISOC.LIVE, Ms. Grace Lindo, attorney at law and partner at Carter Lindo, attorneys at law, Rishi Maharaj, principal consultant, privacy advisory services, Equigov Institute, Mukta Balrup, in-house legal counsel for an unnamed financial institution, Ms. Tira Green, legal policy and legislative drafting consultant at Tira Green Consultancy, L. Anthony Watkins, CEO and principal consultant at Odyssey Consulting Limited, Candice Trancoso, founder and CEO of the FinRoute, Master Christie Ann Morris Alain, Court Executive Administrator, Judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago, and anyone else who would have participated in our panel. Thank you very much for your time and resources. Thank you very much to all of the directors of the TTIMAG and the organizing team behind the TTIGF, to our event coordinator, Denise Manwaring, for her ongoing human service and wonderful talents in keeping this pulled together, to our support from Internet Society, Jolie McPhee, who provided a lot of live streaming support to us, to our partners in this particular edition of the Trans-Tobago IGF, ICANN, Internet Corporation for Signing Names and Numbers, and I see Albert Daniels is still with us. Thank you, Albert, for staying with us for the 2 days. I've noticed you've been here. Thank you. Thank you to the United Nations Internet Governance Forum Secretariat, provided support and funding for this particular edition of the Trans-Tobago IGF, and to the Trans-Tobago Network Information Center, TTNIC, who continues to provide support to the TTMAP and for the TTIGF every year since its formation and since its first IGF in 2017. Am I missing anyone? Please do help me if I'm missing anyone. Colleagues on the TTMAG, if I missed any of the partnerships. I'd like to thank all the press and media who came and supported us, and we hope to see some good conversation in the press, electronic and in print. All bloggers, all anyone else who would have joined us and is promoting what we're doing in the TTIGF, really appreciate it. And of course, last but not least, all of you who joined us as participants in the event over the last 2 days. I understand there are well over 200 or 300 of you. Thank you so much for participating in this event. It was very successful, and I do think that we really want to find a way to work together as a country, as a region, and the Caribbean, and as a world to really use the internet for good and promote what it's supposed to be being used for, and ensure that it's available to everyone meaningfully and affordably and without interruption and equitably. I think that's very important. Despite all the challenges, despite all the issues that may arise, it is still a good that we can use, and we want to use it safely as well. And I want to ensure that we all work together to make that happen. As a multi-stakeholder organization, we work together with the governments, the private sector, the technical community, the academic community, private sector, and civil society to really make this work together. And I really want to thank everyone for joining us. And I look forward to seeing you on the internet. I do wish you a wonderful rest of the day and a wonderful rest of the year. And I hope to see you remember that the IGF is not one event, it's a process. And I hope to see you working with us as we push this forward. So with that, I'd like to thank you very much and wish you all a very good afternoon and good evening, if depending on which part of the world you are. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.